Oh, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Great Ideas Pre-Market. Well, yes, let me know if you can hear me. Yeah, it'll get better. I think the sound starts garbled and then it gets better. I've got to hope anyway. Please tell me it's getting better, 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 better. Okay, good. Seems to be the theme. Anybody in YouTube, maybe you can let me know if you can hear me and see my screen also. That'd help. Thank you. Okay, guys. So yeah, so the SASI, SASI, as I think Casa pointed out, did a reverse split on the 22nd of September. Ripping here. So that's why it's such a low float, 606,000 in the float. Had some news, some kind of an agreement, purchase agreement, popped up to 721, all the way from 256 to 260 or so. Pulling back a little bit now. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Thank you, Pepe. Let's see. Here's a cheap one. BPTH. BPTH. Let's see if it's still over a dollar. BPTH. Yeah, so it popped up over a dollar, came right back down, 11 million in the float. I don't see any news on this one. BPTH though, big gap up 140%. Getting a lot of these penny stocks coming from like 40 cents and under, just exploding. AMLX, AMLX, some negative news. And by the way, so the mark we're in for actually due for a pretty nice positive open, but look at this. There are only three stocks above 10 over 10%. SAS, SASI, EH, and CMTL. CMTL is an earnings play. Look at all the ones that are down at least 10%. So interesting that the market is up. So AMLX had some news. ALS treatment is rejected by a European regulator. And then the ongoing saga of CASA, of Sava, the Sava saga. So, report of misconduct allegations against Alzheimer's drug co-developer. So this has hit Sava again. This has been, this has been an ongoing theme for many months now. Stock tries to recover. Somebody comes up with a scathing report. Stock tanks. Wow, did he? Yeah, I can see that right here. Down to $8, $8.05. EH is a China in the China aviation sector rises 45% pre-market after the company gets another green light for flying taxi drone. So that is EH, China stock. Of course, look what happened. It got up to 40 and pulled all the way back down to 25. Now, I don't often look at any gold stocks, but GFI, I mean, there's obviously some other ones. I think gold and silver are just ripping this morning. GFI was at the top of my list here. AG, another one, AG Silver. GFI. I mentioned the CMTL is an earnings play. CMTL is an earnings play, and it has gapped up. Next high is looking left around 10, so it could be coming into some resistance fairly soon. And by the way, three of the big banks reported and all look good. If you, I'm not well. I'll look at one of them, J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan, Citi, and Wells Fargo. They all reported, all in the positive now. So that's obviously helping the market. Next week we get, excuse me, the rest of the major banks like Goldman Sachs. I don't think Morgan Stanley reported today. I think it might be next week. Yeah, so it's next week. So the rest of the major banks are next week. OM, OM. I think this is an all-time low. OM is an earnings play, and it is an all-time low. Outset Medical, all-time low. Unbelievable. So if I can interpret this, this means at one point, Bank of America might have had these guys at a $32 price target, and they've slashed it to 3. This is the OM. A real cheap one. Let's see if it's holding. It's under $1. I don't know. Some of you like to play these. So CISS, still up 37%. Must be a shipper of some sort. Yeah, marine cargo. Greece. Was it preliminary? Okay. So our provider must be wrong. We have it October 12th post market that they actually released. Well, I have here. You say, yeah, you're right. Preliminary. All right. Well, it might as well be. You're right. It is preliminary according to that. We have it here as the actual earnings release. Regardless, it is basically the earnings release. But thanks for pointing that out. HRMY, another one that is moving down. HRMY, HRMY. And that's his top line data from phase 3. Well, obviously the market's not reacting well to it. So this is a pretty big, that's a pretty big gap down for HRMY now, guys. Look at all this action on the weekly chart, way below that now. So that's HRMY. Lots of shares available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers to short 640,000. Now, Real mentioned that yeah, I read that too, that the Microsoft Activision looks like it's cleared the last hurdle, but guess what? May not have cleared a hurdle now. I just read this morning that the Kroger ACI merger may not, well, it's a potential legal challenge in California. Okay. I mean, it still may happen, of course, but anyway, there you go. Kroger and ACI. Not really any reaction yet. Not really any major reaction yet. Real mentioned oils going crazy. So let's take a look at XLE. Usually I'll look at that in a minute when I look at the overall sectors, but let's take a look at XLE. Yeah, XLE on the way up. Okay, guys, now to take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. And as always, all I'm looking for is maybe some crazy price target. Look at FIA, AFYA. All right, this may have a little move in it. Morgan Stanley has upgraded them with a $20.50 price target, so it's not there. But really have to take out 16 before it could get really going. But who knows? Maybe that price target will help them this morning. Let's take a look at Dollar General. They've an old CEO has come back. If that's helped that stock at all, DG. DG. DGs. All right. Wow. Wow. Actually, it's helped a lot. Look at this DG. So old CEO has come back. It's really helped the stock. Look at this big pop, 7% with 218 million in the float. So an old CEO has come back. All right. Now could this be crazy? Let's take a look. I'm going to tease you here. IMVT has a price target of. All right. Well, keep an eye on it, guys. IMVT now has a price target of $55, but are on them by UBS. The original price target was 18, and now they put a price target of 55. Now I remember this one, of course. That's right. This one, IMVT, they had a huge move, did a financing at 38, and it's just sort of been hanging around that area a bit. But now a price target of 50. I think there are other firms that have got some pretty lofty price targets on this one also, but I'm just noticing it today for that one. I have to make some notes here. Let's take a look at MOR. Let's see if the price target put on this one. Let's see if it's already there. No, not really. So Morgan Stanley has put a price target of 920 from 370 on MOR. All right, from our YouTube room, AJ NVO, Novo Nordisk. Yeah, nice move. All-time high now. Nice all-time high. Nordisk, Nova Nordisk boosts sales and profit outlook. Both by Ozempic. Ozempic, boy, Ozempic. I admit those ads worked. Remember how they teased you? They didn't tell you what the name of it was. It seemed like for months. Sure, it wasn't months, but again, whether they're going to, there's harmful side effects or not. I mean, there's no question that sort of a drug, some kind of that diet drug, pill, shot, whatever. I guess it's here to stay. I'm sure we can get that in Canada, to be honest. Not that I need it. I see a couple of downgrades for JD. Take a look at JD. There's a couple of downgrades for JD. Let's see what the price is compared to the downgrade target. Well, I have one downgrade to 22 and another one to 33. No, wait a minute. 33 and 20 and 32. I'm sorry. They're both underneath. I was looking at something else. Even Netflix has been downgraded. Well, I was kind of kidding yesterday, but these soft drink companies. We saw KDP yesterday. Take a look at it today. Junk food, fast food, et cetera, et cetera. Who knows? Maybe North America has turned the corner on all this junk stuff. We're starting to. Never go away. Everything in moderation, though. Yeah, I saw at least four. I saw at least three downgrades for JD. The problem is that the price targets were they're it's already below the price targets. Doesn't mean it can't keep going down, but look at Sassy, guys. Sassy, sassy, sassy. I'm not in this one. Thinking of getting in and on a six break, but I got distracted doing other things. But well, the 200-day moving average at 771, that looms right above. It's still a dollar away. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. The time is at 9:16. Let's take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to, from our toolbar, I'm clicking on new and then dog channel bar, show more, scroll down until we see sector status. Wow, Sassy, almost a pre-market high now. Pre-market high was 720. It's at 694. Okay, as I said, we are in for a positive open. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% green. What does that mean? It means that every single stock that make up XLE is up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% means. And again, because we're in for a big positive open in the market, that would imply that most of the sectors are up at least 50%. And you can just do a quick look, and of course, they all are. Now, let's take a look. We know XLE is going to, I'll take a quick look at all the major ETFs, or all the major sectors, sorry, in relation to their 200-day moving average. So on the daily chart, there's XLE energy. That line there is the 200-day moving average. And you can see a few days ago it broke through and it's continuing. Retail, I doubt very much. Well, retail was sort of recovering a bit. Yeah, but then you had that red bar here. You can see it was sort of mini recovery, but still well below the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples will be also below XLP. And really, look at that, well below the 200-day moving average and really drifting away from it. Healthcare was kind of hovering around it, I think. Yeah, so a couple of days ago, got into it, but now starting to move away from the 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials, XLI. So yeah, so a couple of days ago got above it, but yesterday you can see it closed right on it, right on it. So, but it's still, as we speak, just a little bit above the 200-day, but in jeopardy, depending what happens today. Now, financials with the banks releasing today, I'm sure we're going to see a move, a little bit more of a move. Yeah. So there's a 200-day moving average. It's been moving up, down day yesterday, but you can see right there 33.41. So it's right at this level. So you know what? I mean, if the bank still next week performs strongly, we may see another attempt to get over that 200-day moving average for the financial sector. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Man, this is still above the 200-day moving average. Utilities. Now, utilities, I never used to really look at them. I used to always think they must be hovering right around, but yeah, I mean, they're well below the 200-day moving average. And material, XLB. and that's below also. So you can see most of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Of course, we know that communications and tech are above. Communication still is arguably the most powerful sector. Still near these highs way back here. Okay. And tech is still strong, but it's not quite as strong as communications. You can see the highs over here. So it's still well below those highs, but moving away. So tech and communication still leading the way. All right. So anything else sneaking in here? PNT. PNT. The 180s ones. Amazing how some of these things trade, right? Big pop. Imagine buying this up at 13.12 and then it just drops on you. If there's any reason for this one, I don't see any reason. Not really a low float, 86 million in the float, so it's not a low float stock. This is looks like this is a buyout. Sorry, I should have looked at this. So this looks like this is a buyout, guys. Almost for sure. You can see it flatlined. Maybe there was a little, maybe somebody else trying to make an offer or something, but this is a buyout. Good morning, Mun. Well, on the weekly chart, the next low looking left for Sava is 1382. No, it isn't. So scroll back a little bit. Boy, where is the next low? Yeah, you've got to go back 3 years. You got to go back about 3 years before we start seeing these lows here. Down around 7 for Sava. Forgot to mention, I've got this on my list. Yes, SGH is an earnings play. I forgot to mention that one. It's on the list. Posted it. Thank you, Real, for reminding me. SGH is an earnings play. It's a big gap down on earnings through the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left is 1624 or so on the weekly chart for SJH. This is an earnings play. Shoulder, don't talk to me about shoulder. I have two torn rotator cuffs. Oh yeah. Luckily, there's not a lot of things we have to do that you have to raise your arms over your shoulders. But man, the operation is almost useless. So anyway, I guess if I were a pro athlete, I'd do it, but we'll commiserate later on, Harry. Yeah, I have the date it happened for me. April of 2021, so over 2 years ago. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if you're listening, if you heard me, reel about the DG, yeah. Old CEO has come back. Updated financials, $140 target share by Gordon Haslett or Haskett, sorry. Here we go. Former Chief Todd Vasco, reappointment. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Sassy, to see if it takes out the pre-market high and rips from there. I mean, it still has some room. Not a lot though, because if you look at the 200-day moving average, 771, the pre-market high was up here at about 722. So if it pops through that, it's going to have to contend with that 200-day moving average, 771. A high over here of 836. STKL. L is just popping, must be doing something. STKL must have made a new high. Not a low float, so not, I saw some room, news about this with Synopta. Company announced the sale of certain frozen fruit assets to Nature's Touch for a purchase price of $141 million. And that is STKL. Yeah, just picking up. Volume is just picking up, I guess. Sava is a very emotional stock to trade. I have found you can get some pretty wild swings intraday. It's not my favorite one to trade. All right, everybody, we have less than a minute to the end of this trading week. Let's have a great end to it, all right? I'm going to get rid of this. And looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Some of the ones I was watching yesterday. Not really. And again, typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. We have two, one. We are now open for business, guys. So again, let's have a great trading day. So Coeur d'Alene or Coeur mining. So again, silver and gold plays today. Sassy, okay, guys, Sassy making a market high, okay, a market high. Remember, these are the pre-market highs, 699 and 721. Excuse me, JD already. JD, but it popped up a little bit here, got down to 26.35, a little bit of a pop up. A lot of downgrades on this, and Real pointed out some allegations against one of the people involved with JD. Now, I typically do not trade anything that is gold or silver related, just because it's so tied to the commodity. But you know what? I mean, if gold and silver rips all day long, here's another one, HL, Hecla, HL, probably coming into some resistance or a little over 4. So I'm just seeing some gold and silver ones that are popping. That's all. So the Sassy did show up on my 10-day daily breakout. The alert was at 665, but it's pulled back immediately. If you're going to trade Sassy, just be awfully careful, as always. Reason being, look at the float, 606,000 shares in the float. Extremely, extremely low. I'm going to put an alert around 656 on it just to see if it gets back up to that area. Shady long STKL. 348, 327. So what that means is, so if it gets up to 348, which I guess it just touched, he's taken the trade with the stop at 327. Got some news today, STKL. You might want to keep an eye on ACXP, guys. ACXP, this had a tremendous run. I think it finally had, and then it had finally some huge profit taking yesterday. But you know, never know. It might start to come back. Maybe I'm going to stick an alert at 436. This is the high of the body of the candle yesterday. Now Harmony. Oh, there's the Sassy, guys. But it popped up and down, so that's why you're going to be awfully careful. Harmony is showing up on my 10-day. It's too late. You know what? This is the only time I'll take something that's before in the first 15 minutes, and I missed it when it's an all-time low. Look at the Harmony HRMY had the alert at 2009, 9:33 Eastern at 2009, and now 1938. And my discipline is not to take any trades in the first 15 minutes, but if it's an all-time low, I will waver. EH is not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers, EH is not shortable for me. Had some news this morning. I know drone. It's China in the airline sector, drones, but really starting to give it up. All right, SGH, the earnings play. SGH is moving down now. Now it might be. Let's take a look at the weekly chart here. Now, there could be some support right around here, 1516 or so. Okay, if you look at the weekly chart, 1532. 1532 is the next low looking left for SGH. I mean, it's got a little bit of room then to that next low. This is an earnings play. And this is what I'm talking about. SGH. Not many people know about. I mean, sure, you can look what they do and all that, but this is not on everybody's radar, really. And this is the type of earnings play that I love. Look at the move, 33%. And that's what I'm talking about in about 2 weeks. And then for 2 weeks to 3 weeks after that, we'll see a lot of earnings plays like this. Stocks that you don't hear too much about. We can have these significant moves either up or down. Look at CMTL. There's sort of another one. I mean, Comtech Telecommunications. I mean, I'm not saying we don't know this at all, but it's certainly not on everybody's radar. 1208 is the next high looking left. Actually, right here on the daily chart, the 1174. This still has some room. CMTL. It's an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. CMTL is an earnings play. There's Shady Stuckle. There's TKL. Nice move. Nice move for that one. Just too early for me to take these, but good one from Shady, 348. So could come into some resistance around 380 mark. So look at the harmony though. I mean, this was a great move down, 1894, and then look at that. Look, there's like a $2 pop. I mean, I know I said I probably would have taken this. It would have done okay, but I would have had to been very quick. But you can just see why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, that's a big pop, guys. That's a $2 pop from the low in a very short period of time for HRMY. So now the thing for me will be to stick an alert down around 20 and see if it resumes down later on. HRMY. It had news. Its sleep disorder drug fails to meet the study goal. That is the quadrillion-dollar industry, guys. If anybody comes up with some kind of a sleep medication that is not addictive, that puts you to sleep for about 7 hours, but you can get woken up by an alarm or something. There's the sassy, guys. There is the sassy SASI. But again, look at the pop, look at the drop. Now again, here's the harmony. Look at the pop, look at the drop on this one. Oh boy, this is a tough trader right now. Yeah, look at the spread. That's a problem. 2066. That is a big problem right now with the spread. The bid ask, that's the spread if you don't know. 2020 on the bid, 2066 on the ask. That is a big problem. HRL. This was a big one from yesterday. HRL continuing down here, guys. Showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I think this was on the 10-day daily breakdown yesterday. So HRL continues down. And you're thinking again, some of these food maybe they're specialized in junk food. Didn't I think William said their claim to fame is spam? HRL. I recall from yesterday. SGH does continue down. Getting closer and closer to this low right there, 1521. Real says he's got it mapped down to maybe 14 or so, which is 14 something maybe. Uh, that would be if it can take out 15, then the next low is around 14 on the weekly chart. Okay, guys, sassy. I mean, this boy. Just be careful if you're going to take this one. It's so with that float. Okay, I'm not kidding. If you take this trade, you cannot turn your head a second from your computer. You have to have an idea where you're going to get out if it's not working and be ready to hit that submit. Okay. Oh man, it's so tempting, tempting, tempting. SASI, but there it goes, guys. There it goes. Pop through 7 would be awesome. Yes. Okay. Quick pop, quick pop. I took. Oh man. Well, you know what, guys? I am now basically flat. That's what I'm saying. Look at that quick pop, and then this drop. So that's why I'm saying you cannot. And that was in 10 seconds to make sure. Yes, but I was able to. Yeah, but it popped up to 733. I had my finger on the submit button just over 7. Well, not as good as I wanted. I didn't get near even close to the high, but okay. Well, that's enough exhilaration. Okay, guys, keep an eye on ACXP. ACXP, okay? Keep an eye on ACXP. This is trying again. I think there's it got to the high of the body of yesterday's candle, the high of the body of yesterday's candle, which is around 436. And let's see if it has any sort of a fill in. Remember, it got up to 881 before it just absolutely collapsed. Yeah, too bad. This EH is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not shortable. We just don't have any shorts available. Just one moment, please. You know what's having another comeback, guys, is Groupon, GRPN. So it had that horrible day 3 days ago, 2 days, 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. It hit the bottom, 943. Had a nice recovery yesterday, and looks like it's trying to still recover somewhat. So OM, guys, yeah, I think I'm too late. I mean, this is an all-time low. It's not well, I guess it's not an earnings play, may as well be. We have that they did release after hours, but maybe it was just preliminary, as Casa said. So at any rate, I just think it's too late for me now. It's just showing up on my short scan. TNGX is now showing up also. TNGX showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Even though the market's moving higher, I'm getting most of the alerts I'm getting are on the short side. The next low looking left. Wow, it's right there. Look at this weekly chart. Boy, look at this. I mean, if it takes out this low right there of 645, I'm going to stick an alert right there, which I think it's almost at it. I mean, look underneath. The next low on the weekly chart is three something, 331. Now, I don't see any bad news on it. What I do see is yesterday, one of the directors bought company stock worth $2.5 million at 515. But I don't see any news on this one today. But this just doesn't look good. It's just maybe a continuation. This is not a day. This is the week culmination. Okay, guys, there's the ACXP. Yeah. Just looking at the bid ask on the ACXP. Well, it's moving, guys. Though it is moving, and the spread has tightened up somewhat. 450, 458. ACXP. Sassy's not over. Okay, so now my next step is to put an alert at 692 and see if it takes that 7 again. I'm probably going to regret not taking the OM short. Okay, guys, let's hang on here. Come on. Oh man, I'm hung up. Shoot. I'm not in the Sassy, guys. I am hung up, I think. My TI has frozen on me, which is a pain because now I'm going to miss all my earlier alerts. I mean, it's still early 9:50. As I can, I don't think there's anything I can do other than doing the end task. Pepe, I am frozen. Yeah, nothing is cookable. All right. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do. Okay, guys, just bear with me. Okay, just have to end the task. It's not a big deal. It's just that I'm going to miss all my original alerts. That's all. Thank goodness it doesn't happen that often. Okay, guys, so this is what I'm talking about. I miss all my original alerts, but I mean, it's only 9:52, so it's not the end of the world. But give me a moment. I have to get some thumbnail charts up and running. TNGX. I don't know where was the first alert. That's the problem. I don't know where the first alert was now for TNGX. This is awesome. I think it might have been right around here, 650 TNGX. Look at the ACXP guys. ACXP said it'll combat that spread at the beginning, but ACXP, great little comeback now. I have no problems with my interactive brokers that I can see. Oh man, TNGX. What was the first alert, guys? If you have my 10-day daily breakdown, what was the actual first alert? I know it was way above. Wow, this is well, I can do a history, but I don't want to just want to interrupt myself. Coming into the 200-day moving average now, 653. So what an awesome alert, 653, almost a dollar on a $6 stock. ACXP flying now, guys. ACXP flying. Ooh, if I got some really bad lag going here. Okay, so I don't know what's going on here. Maybe there's another bid coming in for PNT. I don't see any news on it, but this was obviously a buyout up here for PNT. but I just don't see any news on it. It did hit 13.12 in the pre-market. Look at the market soaring here. Okay, so HRMY, all-time low. It's been very choppy though. But maybe if it takes out, well, it is under 21. There's the SGH coming right into that. I don't know when I first saw it though on my option scanner. So 1532, so it's below that low now. So the next low on the weekly chart is 1419. So I don't use IB's charts. So sassy guys, I mean, I'm not in it the second time, but oh boy, has a has a look. So it did actually pop through the 200-day moving average briefly. And the next high looking left on the daily is 838. There it goes again. Lots of volume coming in. If you look at the weekly chart, there are a couple of highs around 947. So they did a reverse split less than a month ago. I think September 22nd. I think CASA pointed that out. September 22nd did a reverse split. Took about 3 weeks to pump out some news. So you look at Stickle from Shady, STKL, Sonopta. So that basically hit that high right there, 371, 370, right there. So that right now looks like a little bit of resistance. Okay, guys, this is a reversal. INFY is a reversal. And now it's through the 200-day moving average, 1701. Look at the room it's gone. Look at INFY, guys. This is a reversal play. This is a reversal play, okay? So this is a stock that was down a lot yesterday. It has come back. You don't get the alert until it breaks the high of yesterday. And I will go over all the scans that I'm sharing in about half an hour. Or if somebody wants my scans now, just let me know. And welcome to the room, by the way. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. And don't be shy. Ask questions if you have them. This is what I'm talking about. This is a reversal play. I don't know if this is the first time it was alerted. First time it possibly could have been alerted when it took out yesterday's high of 690, 1690. Meanwhile, SGH continues down, breaking down through 15, challenging now the next low, 1429 on the weekly chart. So when you say I would love to, okay. I'm assuming you're talking about my scans, Miri. And I'll go over my homepage in a lot more detail in about half an hour, but just for those of you who want to take a look at my scans right now, just click on my homepage link. So let me get rid of some of this stuff. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down until that center section. These are my scans, okay? So that's the daily reversal I've been talking about. The abnormal option activity is right here. Momentum scan is here. And the breakdowns and breakouts. This is what these look like, okay? So you can take a look at them. I'll go over them way more detail in about half an hour, but you can take a look at those. And the breakdown is just, I mean, two sensational ones, SGH and TNGH, it's TNGX. Harmony, HRMY was a choppy one, but this, another one that is, it's not on my 10, I don't think it's on my 10-day daily breakdown. It must be some filter, not, this is on their AI though, our AI. You see the alert was at 2127, 1944 right now. I liked it, but then it popped. I mean, it had a $2 pop. So it's been a little bit erratic, but it is a lifetime low right now, HRMY. Here is a little, I think it's silver play. Yeah, silver play. And I don't really like to trade the precious metals. They're just too unless it has specific news on it on its own, the stock, the company. Just too tied into the sector, of course. Wow, Harmony is not anything but not harmonious right now. If you're trying to go long, HRMY. Sleep disorder. That's what I was saying. If you ever come up with one non-addictive, which knocks you out for about 7 or 8 hours, or even if you can set the time, you know, as long as you can wake up there, if there were sirens or your alarm clock, that would be the quadrillion-dollar industry. So again, guys, can you sort of see what I'm talking about? I mean, here's the SGH. It's an earnings play. Not many people think about SGH, but when a company has earnings, a lot of these companies just kind of sleep for 3 months and then they have earnings and they react one way or the other. No sound? Okay. Somebody in your YouTube room is saying no sound. So I need to YouTube check, maybe Pepe. I don't know if you can hear me. Might be just Neil. Hopefully it's just Neil. Okay. So it's on your end, Neil. Thank you, Pepe. Thing I can do about that. Okay, for those of you who like super cheap stocks, CISS had a big pop up to 70 cents, still up 45%. Greek stock, Greek shipper, I guess. Okay, I may get bounced out. I went long in fee at 1712. This is on that daily reversal, but I don't know if it's being affected by the market or not. I'm just having to watch this. Don't want to see it. If it gets close to 17, I'm out. Meanwhile, SGH continues to move down. Okay, who knows? Maybe it takes out that 14. Takes out the 14 underneath. So we've got 1326. Oh, guys, I mean, it's tough, tough, tough. But the Sassy is back up. All right. Well, maybe if you so it's back where I shorted. I went long on it. Sorry, went long on it. So let's see if it has any sort of a move from here. Let's. I got to keep an eye on the SPY. And again, this is just on my reversal scanner. Okay. Stock that reverse. It probably was alerted at 1689 or so, 1690. I would have taken it anyway. I would have had to wait for the break of the 200-day moving average and the VWAP, both around the same, were at the same 1701. Wow, sassy. Yeah, I'm not in it, but well, there's no should. I mean, you don't want to chase. I mean, the whole idea is not to completely chase a stock, but yeah, I mean, if a stock is moved so much, with multiple, say, 15-minute 15-minute candles or 5-minute candles, yeah, I mean, you can always get lucky and chase it and it keeps moving, but yeah, you're more prudent to wait for some kind of a pullback. But the question is, pullback to what? So as you get used to trading, you might want to look at a pullback to maybe a VWAP or a moving average that you get used to using, things like that. Maybe even a pullback to, what if this, there's the 200-day moving average. It would have it moved higher and then pulled into it. Maybe that would hold it. But yeah, I mean, it's tough sometimes to resist the urge to chase something. Whoa! Well, I wonder if this is. I don't know if you're still in this one, Shady, but I've been watching AMC to see if it has any sort of a pop, but I wonder if this is now. You're sort of selling the news now, or just moving down with the market. Yeah. So on my Infi, it's right where I went long basically, and I have to watch this market. You're going to take a reversal or some kind of a bounce play. I mean, you'd like to see the market doesn't have to be moving higher for you, but you don't want to see a giant red bar. Yeah, I haven't really been looking at the any of the Hoss resume. So MN, so I guess MNY Money Hero must be was an IPO, or a symbol name change, or I don't think it was a SPAC. I don't see any pre-market trading. Do I see any news? So the group rings the opening bell. Looks like they could be a China stock. Another one though, just not doing well. How many percentage makes a good change from the close? I don't think there's really an answer to that, Coffee. I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if there's such a thing as a good. All depends how it's trading. I mean, obviously, if something is up 30 or 40 or 50%, it could be super extended. If something is up 8%, it could be starting to move. So I don't think there's really a hard and fast rule. Not for me anyway. All I know is that I'm not interested in anything. My pre-market scanner has to be up at least 3% or down 3% before I'm interested. But you'll notice that most of the things that we see here in a momentum scan, as an example, most of them, they're going to be, well, this is only up 4%, okay, which is fine. But now actually, this is an interesting one. See 4%, but then you look left, look where it could go. 1394. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but Okay, guys, I took myself out of the in-fee trade with a small loss. I don't um, I don't like what the market's doing right now. So for me to go long something, it has to really have some news on its own. All right, thank you, William. So William will keep the room open till 3:30 today. You too, coffee. Okay, guys. Let's see, VSAT. What's a VSAT doing? Oh, another pretty good one, man. Oh man, pretty good one from the 10-day daily breakout. 1879, 1903 right now. Like my excuse, of course, is that I cannot keep track of everything. I've got too many things on the go. I'm not talking about scans, but other things, other duties. But boy, if you just looked at this, this, and this, see how you don't get too many alerts all day long. And they're sort of different types of alerts. You know, a reversal. The reversal is certainly a different one because it's looking for stocks that have been beaten up the day before coming back, or stocks that really were higher the day before and now are coming back down. So just looking for reversals, but you can just see how few alerts we get. Okay, well, Infi did come kind of back. I might have to take a look at it again. It's maybe not being too affected by the market. INFY. You know, another one that is coming back reminds me, well, not really, a little bit of the AC, ACXP, but not really. But look at Groupon. I mean, Groupon had the terrible day a few days ago. I think it's some kind of a financing. They couldn't quite decipher it. But look at this. Groupon just absolutely trying to come all the way back. No, you can ask questions, Philippe. If I'm in a trade that requires my full concentration, I'll certainly let you know. And that goes for anybody. Somebody asked in YouTube room, I have a question about the scanners. Is this a good time or should I wait until 12? If I can answer it, I'll certainly will. If I can't, I'll try to direct you to somebody who can. As long as it's not about auto trading, Philippe. Okay. If it's about auto trading, I'm going to bow out of that one. I don't auto trade. I won't auto trade. We'll never auto trade. Okay, that I can answer. So question is, and trend lines or any sort of one of the markups. So if I right click and go to, where is it? I don't use them, but let's put a horizontal line up here, okay? So whether it's a trend line or a horizontal line. So all I do is I go, just move up to it, up to it, up to it. And when, so my pointer is moving up. And once it changes to that icon, okay, the north, south, east, west icon, left click on it, and then hit delete on your keyboard. Okay. So whether it's a trend line or, okay, so I'll just do it again. Markup, horizontal line is just easy to see. Move up to it, up to it, up to it. Minute it changes, left click on your mouse and then hit delete your keyboard. Okay. So that's number one. Well, you must not have got right into the when you left click on the keyboard. Don't hit anything on your, yeah. When if you hit a symbol, you know, if you start typing, yeah, the change symbol will pop up. But you have to again mark up horizontal line. So don't hit anything. You're just left clicking on the charts just so that, well, you don't have to left click. Just go up to the indicator, okay, up to the sim, and the minute it changes from the pointer to, can you see on my screen? Yeah, don't use backspace. No, left click on your mouse. Okay, the minute it changes from the pointer to that icon, I call it the north, south, east, west icon. Then left click on your mouse and then hit delete. Okay. Again, whether it's a trend line, doesn't really matter if it's a trend line. I don't use trend lines, but okay, there's a trend line. So same thing. I just move up to the trend line. The minute it changes into that icon, hit left click your mouse and then hit delete. Okay. Now this is on the downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure. Can you put okay, good. The delete button worked. Good. Okay. So we'll put a check mark on that one, Philippe. Okay. Ah, you have no delete button. Yeah, that's the problem, you know, all sorts of different computer configurations. I just assume everybody has a delete button somewhere. Well, AMC now below 10. I was thinking about shorting this one if it got down below 10. That was yesterday, though. Let's take a look. Maybe get down to 989-ish. Wow, there's a great alert from our AI and the Harmony guys, HRMY. Mine earlier, Todd, I had to do a refresh. I went to account and did a reset. Mine certainly were earlier. They're okay now. I mean, I've never, not snappy, but they're okay. Okay, so when you say the previous high of the day, are you talking about yesterday's high of the day? The previous high of the day? Or are you talking about today's high of the day? Putting a markup? So if this is what you mean, is this what you mean? So here's the high of MNTS. And so if I put a horizontal line here, so what you'd like is the price to be above it? No, it will not. Oh, I see on 907. Okay, so let's take a look at SASI. So what is 907? Is that September? That's I'm sorry, that's September 7th? Is that what you mean? September 7th? Is that your so right there, I see. So right there. So there's the okay. Okay, so you marked up when you say you marked it up, you put a horizontal line? If you're asking if when you put a excuse me, a horizontal line, will the price automatically appear on top? No. If that's what you're talking about, no. I mean, if you wanted to do the additional step, of course, of putting the text notation, but I don't know if that's text notation and typing it in. You could do that, I suppose, but how do we change reversal scans to long only? Okay, so anything in blue, light blue, is a suggestion to go long, and anything in orange, excuse me, yellow, a suggestion to go short. So if you only want to see in the reversal scans, and this is what you've got. So if you right click, it's a multi-strategy window. So right click, hover over strategies, okay? And you see where it says up big yesterday, but down big today, just uncheck it. If you uncheck it, then you're only going to see stocks that were down big yesterday, but up big today, a suggestion to go long. Okay? So just uncheck the up big yesterday, but down big today. Okay? Oof, I'm missing out on the harmony. What an awesome. I mean, it swooped me at the very beginning just because of that pull up, but boy, oh boy, that 20 break was awesome. I don't really pay that much attention to level two, Steve, but I mean, if I just have interactive brokers, okay? I don't really pay that much attention to level two data. I know some people do, and if it helps you trade, great. I really don't pay that much attention to it. Yeah, I mean, that's a difficult one. How do you know when to get out of a trade on a fast mover? You just have to be, I mean, look at a sassy, the fact that it's such a low float, it's almost a bit of a gut feel. Okay. I mean, it's not highly scientific. You'd like to think it could hit at least maybe a 1 for 2, so whatever you're risking, it at least, doubles whatever you're risking. So if you risk 10 cents, it at least move 20 cents for you. But you just got to be a lot of these fast movers. It's a bit of a gut feel. Zoom out of the daily chart without losing sight of the current. Well, I mean, this is all you can do. So here's my daily chart. So I left click on the chart. That just tells the system what chart I'm in. Okay. Now, again, I don't know about your keyboard, but I control key press down. Get me rid of that. So left click on the chart, control key press down. Now I have a scroll wheel on my mouse, and I can just scroll in and out. So here's my daily candle, and I will not lose sight of it. Scrolling in and out. I mean, it's still there in a very, you can always see the daily candle. Okay. So again, left click on the chart just so the system knows what chart you're in. Control key press down on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and on the scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Now, if you don't have a scroll wheel on a mouse, I think you can use the or arrow keys, left and right arrow keys to do the same sort of thing. Okay. Well, I'm 3 for 3, but here comes the hard one, right, Philip? Philippe? All right, so Infi now is maybe coming back a little bit with the market. Okay, so I may re-enter my. You cannot move to a certain date. In other words, show me this date. No, you can scroll, of course, back, but you cannot say, please go to September 7th on this chart. No, we are not a full-blown charting program. I mean, I make no bones about that. We're not a full-blown charting program. For my purposes, the charting is fine. HRL. Again, I missed the boat on this one too. I know I saw this one. I said it broke down through yesterday's low, but I've just been a couple things on the go internally. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay, back in the infeed. Let's see. I just want to see how tied in it is to the market. Yeah, that's all I have to. That's all I'm keeping my eye on right now. Okay, I have a custom high of day scanner for low floats, and it works almost perfectly. Okay, so what you're talking about is when you have no float information, right, Philippe? So if you look at my single stock window, yeah, there are some instances where we don't have any float info where it's not that there isn't a float. Of course there is, but our provider does not have information. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. So there is a hack. Okay. When you say a custom day, I mean you're just talking about an alert window that you created. There's no custom formulas in it. It's an alert window that you created using existing filters and okay. Have you ever created a custom formula? Talking to Philippe in our YouTube room. Yes, you have created a custom formula before. Good. Okay, so I can give you the formula, and this is what you can use instead of the float filter that you're using, like the float filter that we've got. Oh, negative. You've not created a custom formula. Okay. How am I going to help you then? Well, I'm going to direct you to our guide. This will show you how you create a custom formula. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link that I put in, click here on the education section, and then go to the user guide. And when you get to, where are you? Custom formulas right there. Okay, when you go to custom formulas, click on that. That'll show you how you start, like the page you've got to go to create a custom formula. So you can follow all that, and then I'll give you the custom formula that you can use. What do you mean the link is missing? I just put the link in. There it is, my homepage link. So when you click on it, you'll be at the top. Excuse me, you'll be at the top and you just scroll down until you see the education section. Click on the education section and then click on the user guide. Okay. And then find custom formulas. The section on custom formulas should be third row down, custom formulas. Okay. Now, how important is it to you, really? I mean, you're going to miss the odd one, but is it that super? Because I mean, custom formulas, it's not difficult, but HRL. If you're trying to do all this on your phone, it's going to be a little bit hard. Okay, so this is the formula that you would use. Okay, well, it's hard for me to help then. Okay, well, let me get the custom formula in, and then afterwards, where is it? Go from go. Don't get scared of what I'm posting here. Okay, so well, again, if you click on my, you have to find my homepage. You have to be able to click on it. Okay, you have to be able to click on it, and when you're on it, you should see this page, and you just scroll down until you see on the left-hand side, there's the education section. You click here on the education section, and then you should see the user guide. And when you click on the user guide, I'll expand it a bit. Just find custom formulas. Custom formulas explains how you create them. Okay. Okay. Now read through that. That'll show you how you create a custom formula, and then that what I put above that, if float, et cetera, you'll use that. Well, you'll create a custom formula, and then you see the formula that I put in, this formula. You'll put that in the description box. Unfortunately, I cannot give it to you because they don't copy over. Okay, I cannot. That's why you have to be able to create it yourself and then use that formula. You'll put that in the. It'll look like this. When you create your first custom formula, it'll say U0. This says U98, and then in the source, you'll copy and paste that in. You give it a name so you can actually search on the name, and then that is what you'll use for your float. And you will put, I believe, you'll put one in the min box, and that makes the statement true. And then that should find you anything that we don't have as like a zero. I think you can put in the max. You could put your max float number. All right, guys. So look, watching my Infi, yeah, not doing anything. Wow, look at that ACXP, guys. It was an awesome from that bounce. It wasn't a daily reversal. The reason why, because it would have before it would trigger, it'd have to get up to 885, a high yesterday. But where's the room? There you are. No, I don't. 200-day moving, simple moving average, and I never the EMA. I would say that 99.99999% of the people, when they're looking at the moving average, the moving average they use on the daily chart is the SMA. Okay, EMAs I think typically are used for more intraday, but I think that the 200-day simple moving average is the one that the majority of traders use. Wow, ACXP guys. I know I'm going to keep hammering on this one, but look at this. Okay, well, let's take a look at AMC as an example. So AMC right now on a percentage basis is down 11%. So, and then SJM as an example is, yeah, so it hasn't moved. So I mean, if you want to see stocks that are moving, you can put maybe a minimum. I kind of like to use from the open, but the change from the open, maybe a minimum of 5%, either on the upside or the downside. Okay. So you can use this. And then after that, you have to put in whatever price range you want. But this will certainly show you stocks that are, so if I type in change, these are all the change filters that we've got. So if I go down to change from the open, just have to scroll down a little bit. Where are you? Oh, why don't I just go change and then open? Okay, change from the open percent and add the filter. And I would put probably at least 5% and minus 5%. Okay. So minus 5% means it has to be at least down 5%. And of course, in the min, it has to be up at least 5%. So those are going to show you stocks that are moving for sure. So if you don't want to see stocks that are, like this SJM as you're talking about, it's moved 0.31%. So you can start off with that. I would also add the relative volume filter, probably put it at least 2. And then after that, your price range, whatever price range you're looking at, maybe a minimum volume of, I don't know, 100,000, 200,000 shares. Okay. Now, just because you put something on the ability to move, I mean, any stock that has a high relative volume, I say maybe a minimum of 2. But look at these. I mean, these stocks you're never going to see in SJM. Okay. And that's because stocks got to be up at least. I want to see momentum stock. So 1,000% in normal in the last minute, 400% in 5 minutes. Relative volume, current volume is 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day. I mean, you can start off with something like this, and I'm sharing this one. This is my momentum scanner. You will not see SJM in here ever. And most of the time, I have a minimum of 2%, but most of the time, if it's got any sort of momentum, most of the time it's going to be, well above 2%. It's just that's the minimum it's got to be, either on the upside or the downside. You could also look at this. I mean, my option activity scanner. I mean, you're not going to get too, if I were you, without overloading yourself with all sorts of alerts, you might just want to pay attention to the 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown. And this is for anybody. The abnormal option activity, and maybe take a look at the daily reversal. If I were not moderating a room, that's all I would be looking at myself. I wouldn't even have this momentum scan up. The only reason I do is that sometimes we don't get too many alerts here. So, to try to keep the room moving, we'll see. I'll take a look at some of these momentum plays, but you'll see a lot of those momentum plays will also be in here. But look how few alerts there are. Really. The whole key is to try to fine tune your layout so you're not getting overrun with alerts all day long. Click like mad and get nothing done. Well, once you add it, Philip, once you create that formula or that custom formula, it just gets added into your filter list. So if I do a search right here on just filters, you can see if I scroll down, 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 these are all the filters that we have in place, the ones that everybody can use. But then if I keep scrolling down, you'll see I have some custom filters down here that start with you. So the minute you create it, it just gets added to your filter list. The only thing is don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. So you don't have to, and then you can just take that filter, that float filter, and add it to your whatever window you're looking at. just like you would, if you took any of the filters that are already configured, you'd add it and it will stay there as long as you save your work at the end of the day. So this is what I would look at all day long. I would look at my 10-day daily breakout, my 10-day daily breakdown, these two. I would look at my abnormal option activity scanner. And this would be the third choice, okay? My daily reversal scan. That's it. So you can see right now I've got what, 8 here total. Another 9 here. So that's 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A total of 25 stocks. That doesn't mean I'm going to trade them all, of course. But if you look at the timing of them, they're not coming at you all at once. So lots of time to click on an alert, check to see what's happening. Okay, that's what I would be looking at. That's me though, because I like to see stocks near the high or near the low of the day. But even if I weren't a person who wanted to look at stocks near the high or the low of the day, I could take a look at this one, say this CMTL. Let's take a look at CMTL as an example. Now, cold is showing up. Oh man, look at cold, guys. Cold. Look at cold. Look at the room left on the weekly chart. Look at the next low looking left for cold, 23.51. That's over quite $2.50. No, I don't count no, the pre-market does not count. So when it's looking at taking out a high, we're always talking about, now you could put a pre-market high range if you wanted, but that it would have to take it out, but I don't do that. So when we talk about a stock taking out the pre-market, or not, sorry, a previous range, it's always within the confines of between 9:30 and 4. And the reason for that is that you could have some crazy spike high in the pre-market, which really doesn't mean anything. You've seen some really huge topping tails on something. Maybe it only traded a little bit up there, so it really doesn't count. Not for me anyway. Meanwhile, look at the market, guys. Yikes! Well, I'm definitely interested in the cold, but let's see, what's this spread like? That's good. Although, why do I like it? Look at the room it's got. Looking left, 23.51 next. Okay, so far so good. My Infi, back in the Infi has not been affected by this so far. I got to pay real attention to that. Now look at ACXP. This has been, in my opinion, the star. Now, it hasn't been, I mean, had a huge bottoming tail there, but boy, oh boy, what a fill in now. Cold sounded like kiss. Oh, coals, coals. I see. Cold. Cold. I'll work on my enunciation. Okay, guys, I am going to go over my homepage now, a little more detail, what you can find. Okay, let's take a look here. So click on my homepage link. All right, you'll be right at the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out an annual, I can give you a better promo of 25%. Just let me know. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, etc. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. Spend the 30 minutes, okay, to go through these short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos. I think they'll be very helpful. Starts off as basic as you can get. The first video is what is a stock? And of course, it gets increasingly more complex as you go on. I think there are about 38 videos. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it here. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section right over here. Click on that. Again, this is our great user guide. There's that getting started again. You want more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window. You want some information about stock raising, price alerts, price alerts, price alerts. I use them all the time. Okay. So I'll demonstrate the use of them. Getting started series again. So daily sports. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. We have 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders. Today is Friday. So it should be Andy in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He takes over for me. I'll confirm that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy for his 12 to 1 stint. Okay. Now, the only thing I ask, if you decide you are going to take on a subscription, please use my promo code. This is a free room. We would like to keep it this way. The way we keep it this way is that if you eventually want to take out a subscription, doesn't matter when, today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, you save my homepage link or come into the room and use the promo code. It just will help the room immensely to keep the room free. Okay, that's all I ask. Now, the other thing, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage, just scroll down to the middle section there. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. This will show me the gappers in the pre-market, the ones that are gapping up, the ones that are gapping down, okay? Halts resumes is over here. This is the abnormal option activity scan is up here. And this is the momentum scan is up here. The ones you can't see, not hiding them on purpose. I just don't want to overwhelm the monitor that I'm showing with all sorts of different scans. But these are the 10-day daily breakdown and up right here. And then this is the daily reversal is down here. Okay. I have other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. All right. So you can kind of pick and choose what you like. Now, first of all, I should always start off like this. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Again, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., sharing my screen and live on the mic. Give me a moment. So if you took a look at if you thought, well, I wouldn't mind having this momentum scan. So you load it. Now you're wondering what is it really doing? So all you have to do is right click, and this is for every scan, every top list, every alert window you see. You right click, configure, and click on the summary. So this is going to tell you what this scan is looking for. So said this many times, there are many screening companies that you can buy out there, software companies you can buy out there. This is, of course, we have screening capability, but what we're really, really good at is real-time alerts. Okay. So in this case, this is the screening. Stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three. Again, trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So if all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one was CDE at 11 o'clock, and the high of the day was 258. Okay. Okay, guys. Got out of my Infi again. I just don't like the way this market is trading. So I got out of the Infi again, small loss. It was holding where I got in, but it's too hard. It's too hard with this market doing down to try to play. I mean, it's not technically a bounce play, but now, so if you like this scan, but maybe you don't like the price range, of course you can modify any one of my scans. So if you left click, and again, understand, I'm not trying to teach people right now all the ins and outs of trade ideas. I'm just sort of giving you a general overview. Okay, so again, an alert window, you right click, configure. This is constant with our top lists and alert windows, and then that's the summary. If I left click on an icon, it's going to bring up the chart or the table with all the values. So I want to change that to 10 and 100 instead of from 1 and 100. I click on the summary. You see how it's changed. I say okay. I'm not going to do that, but so of course you can modify my scans for more your style of trading. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Cold, getting colder. This time I'm going to right click and configure, but this time instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. So these are all the real-time alerts we have, starting off with the two most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But of course, we have many, many, many more. You see all these icons? Don't worry, you don't have to learn them all, okay? But if you were looking for things like new 5-minute highs of the day or 5-minute lows of the day, we've got them. 10-minute highs, 15, 30, we do have them. When you come to these icons, these are the filters we've got. And again, you don't have to learn them all. We have a lot. We have so many because when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they had to create enough different alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create their own scans. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. But if you become a subscriber, probably a good idea to just kind of, go down the list and take a look at what we do have. You might see something that you recognize as, hey, I wouldn't mind adding that to if I even taking some of mine, or we have scans here. Click on new doc channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. If you see some scans in there that you like, but you might want to modify them. Cold, guys, cold. The guy got out of the Infi. Will come from right here. The 10-day daily breakdown. And again, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. I read that. I accidentally clicked on the Trade Ideas questions, Pepe, and I saw where you said, I think you have to restart. I thought you were talking about my whole spiel. Because I realized that you're talking about restarting Trade Ideas. I thought maybe I was on mute. Okay, guys. Now, another thing to do is, practice trading. Before you start committing money to the market, please practice trading. Okay. We have a great simulator right here. You have to be using our downloadable application to practice trading using our real-time data. All you need is our standard service. You would click on New from our toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, click on Brokerage Plus. This window shows up. You notice underneath there are a couple of options, Live and Sim. I don't go over the Live too much, but if you do have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Simple to do. How to find stocks in specific sectors, okay? So if you click on New from our toolbar, now these are the sectors that we've got here. Very, very easy to find, okay? So if you click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then scroll down until you see Show More, and then scroll down a little bit until you see the sector status, okay? So these are the major sectors, okay? If you want something outside of these sectors, it's a little more complicated, but hopefully this will get you going anyway. So this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. You can see 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are still above yesterday's close. So when you say all the stocks, what do you mean by that? You mean all the stocks, for instance, in XLE? Ah, doggone it. I got bumped out of cold. So I'm flat on that one. I had some money, but I wanted it to go down a lot more. So that reversed on me. I'm a little surprised because well, maybe it's because of that bottoming tail. I'll take a look at it again. Oh, AI stocks. Are you talking about AI stocks? Or are you talking, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about our AI or AI stocks in general? You mean stocks that are like AI, the symbol AI, and any stock that has something like Nvidia. Is that what you mean, Gunner? All right, I am going to put another alert underneath 20. Got greedy on the coal, guys. I really got greedy. Okay. Well, I can't tell. I don't know if this is an up-to-date list, for AI. But if I right-click here, configure, and then go to symbol lists. Well, let me see. I don't know if we have an AI channel. I know there was maybe one that was going to be developed, but I don't know. Let me just do before I do that. Yeah, so we don't have one. So if I right-click on this alert window, configure, and go to symbol lists, okay? And over here it says add existing list. If I scroll down a little bit, I might see something that says AI. Long term, no, that's I only had something that said AI. Let me ask the guys. I thought we had a symbol list with AIs. If we don't, then your best bet really, because I don't even know if we had one, if it would how up to date it is, because it requires somebody updating it. You may want to go to Google, okay, or something, and just do a search on AI companies, okay, and then you'll probably see a list of them, and then you could copy them and put them into create your own symbol list of AI plays, and then attach it to an alert window or a top list window, however you want to monitor. Have you ever used a symbol list before? I'm just waiting to see if some of the answers, if we have a symbol list of, but again, I don't know how up to date it would be, to be honest. I'm just waiting, Gunner. Okay, I'm just waiting to see if somebody says there is a symbol list. Well, if there is not a symbol list, then you'd have to create your own, okay? And it's really not that hard. And actually, then you'll know what's up to date. You can add and subtract the symbols. That's typically what I used to do when we didn't have a whole array of symbol lists to choose from. So if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section, click on that user guide, and where you see, okay, this is what I really like to see it called, but watch lists, creating a watch list, okay? That'll show you how you create a watch list, how you could put symbols into a watch list. You could copy a bunch of symbols and put them all in, or obviously type them in one at a time. How you edit them, how you edit the watch list. So that's in case we do not have a symbol list that is AI. Okay. And it doesn't look like we do. But again, I know I keep repeating myself. Probably the best thing to do, even if we did have it, would be to do it yourself because there's no guarantee. I mean, I don't. There's no automatic update. Okay, like some company could come out tomorrow and say, "Hey, we're using AI to do whatever we do." Okay, well, that's not going to be picked up, and added automatically, even if we did have a symbol list. Man, oh man, SGH. I can't wait till no, hopefully I can pay way more attention, but when we get into earnings season, we will see companies that do this, guys. Either on the upside or the downside. But I have to admit, I tend to see them more on the downside. Companies that really don't have a lot of following. One moment. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me a couple of moments, okay? Couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. So as I said, I mean the SGH. I mean, I'm not saying every earnings play is going to look like this of these more obscure companies. I just call this. I mean, I know Smart Global. We've seen it before, but we're in an active trading room, so sure we see these, but definitely, most people don't know anything about Smart Global Holdings. But what the day they have earnings, though, look what can happen, and obviously disaster. Are you able to have multiple strategy windows with each strategy pointing at a different symbol list and colors? Let me try to understand. So you can do something like this is what I'm understanding. Not sure it's exactly what you mean, but typically with our no, it's really with the charts. I'm not sure I completely understand what you're trying to do, Gunner. So this is a multi-strategy window. Okay, is this what you mean? Like a multi-strategy window? Each strategy pointing at a different symbol list and color. Yes. Okay. Yes. So I could, is that what you mean? Like a multi-strategy window? Because all a multi-strategy window is, it's got two scans in here. And each one of these scans could be pointing to different symbol lists. Is that what you mean? Okay. Oh yeah, no problem. These are just alert windows. Okay. So if I do, I'll duplicate it because I don't want to. So if I right click on this, these are the two strategies involved. So before I would put them in here, I'll break this. I'll break that one out. So this is one of the strategies that's in there. Scans that's in there. So all I would have to do is configure symbol list and attach a symbol list to it. Okay. And I could do the same for like any scan that I created that I put into a multi-strategy window, it could point to whatever symbol list you want. And then I've color coded it just so that, in this particular multi-strategy window, I know that brown means a suggestion to short. And if I did see any light green, there, light green or light green, light blue is a suggestion to go long. That's just my color coding. I take these two when I take these and I just color coded the moving higher in light blue and moving lower in brown. That's just mine. Okay. You can, of course, pick whatever colors you want. So, does that answer your question? And just, why a multi strategy window is used typically is because a person doesn't have a lot of screen space. Maybe I only have one monitor. So, what you want to do is you want to take all your alert windows and put them into what's called a multi strategy window. Okay. And it just saves screen space. That's not my problem, but what I do like to do, I like to put similar strategies or scans into a multi-strategy window sometimes. Okay, maybe expand on it a little if I haven't answered it completely, Gunner. Can you color code for sectors only? Not sure I know what you mean by that. I don't think so. We don't. No, I'm going to say no. So in other words, if TANH was in I don't know, the semi sector, that it would show you could put a color code on this such that you knew that was a semi? Is that what you mean? As an example? If that's the case, no. Yeah, that then, no, you can't. I mean, that's why I have my single stock window up all the time. No, because if I am interested to see what sector something's in, see, I'm always looking. The first thing I look at when I click on an alert is my single stock window because that has a lot of information on it that at a glance I want to see. It tells me the relative volume, tells me if it's an earnings play. If I'm interested to see the sector, it's up here. So I always look at this anyway. So it really, for me personally, wouldn't matter if this, if I could somehow color code it that this was in the semi sector. But for what you want to do, no, you cannot color code the individual symbol to say, this is and knowing then what color code it is. Maybe you were assigning like red to semi and things like that. No, you can't do that. Well, the float into two will not be correct. They did a reverse split, right? It depends when they did it. Yeah, so that whatever the reverse split was, just divide. I don't know what the ratio is. When did they do the reverse split? Anybody offhand know what the ratio is? The reverse split for T2, TTOO, 1 for 100? Okay, so it's going to be 3.3 approximately, okay? Because remember, these numbers get updated twice a week, or sorry, twice a week, I wish, twice a month. So more than likely, well, on Monday, you will see 3.3. And that's not our limitation, that's just an industry-wide update, the short float percent and the float. The 15th and 30th, it's not maybe right on the 15th and 30th, but if the 15th and 30th are on a weekend, then, but they get updated twice a month. It was today, okay. Well, this has been a fast morning for me anyway. We're already two hours in during the normal market hours, but the market is just, I mean, remember what happened earlier, guys? I mean, this looked like a pretty nice looking market. We had a nice run from 8:15 all the way up to 9:45. Okay, we get that candle, the 10 o'clock candle. And then since then, give me a moment, please. Ah, man, SGH continues. So much for that area of potential support around 14. Your next lows are 1250. Okay, from our YouTube room, David or David, Flex Short, FLAX, Flex. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, if it takes out, I'll put an alert there. The volume isn't great. I mean, it's trading basically normally. That's that relative volume of one. But yeah, I mean, if it took out that 25, could have a shot down into the 25, 24 level. And I just demonstrated how you can use the price alerts, guys. Okay, so simple to do, underutilized in my opinion by people. So, for instance, on the SGH, if I thought, well, let's see if I can get even close to this level down here on the weekly chart. So I just move my mouse, my pointer. I can eyeball it well enough. I'm trying to eyeball the low of that candle, which is 1247. So I just move it down. If I get it where I like it, then I right click, create the price alert. Remember I said 1237, but if I'm happy with 1239, I just save it or I type in 1247 and save it. I typically do not put notes in when I'm looking at intraday stuff, but you can if you want. But now it's done. And you'll see a blue line will appear on my chart. And if the alert happens, let me try to create an alert right away. Show you what I'm talking about. Now this won't move. Okay. So you see what happened. This is my price alerts window. Okay. Now you can have your price alert window is found here, new price alert window. Okay. So this is what, in my opinion, what you should do. Minimize it. Okay. You don't have to have it taking up any screen space. First of all, I'm going to get rid of everything that triggered earlier. So you minimize it. And you see what happened. When you get a price alert, the window will pop up on your screen. If you sort on the trigger time column, then it'll appear right at the top. The last one will be right at the top. And you can even put a sound alert on it using our sound alerts, right click actions and following this and put a sound alert on it so you can hear it. And I do that because I've got a wireless headset. So sometimes I wander away from my computer. And if I hear that sound, you put a unique sound. I know the sound that one makes. My price alerts window makes. I can come racing in and saying, okay, what alerted? So you cannot miss it. But what you should do is minimize it. There's no real point in having it, taking up any screen space. You know what? I actually tried to take some of this at 1292. I couldn't get it. The uptick rule. It sat there for a bit, but I was going to put a $13 stop on it. Not a 13, but out at 13 if it traded against me, but couldn't get it. The uptick rule. News catalyst. Well, of course, JPM had their earnings. I'm sure you knew that, Mike. So that's why. So good for you. You made some money on a one contract with JPM. Yeah, I'm not an option player. Well, this is why you have a stop, guys. I don't. I don't profit in this, but boy, it really reversed. But I didn't get stubborn thinking, it'll come back down. Look at all the room left. Well, let's hope we have many, many more in the next month or so, real, with these companies that release earnings. I find the ones that move down way better than the ones that move up. Now, a word about the abnormal option activity scan. So I don't trade options. Excuse me. So what I do, but I'm always looking, of course, as an intraday trader. I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, there's the Milagro. There's not Milagro, I know. Microalgo, MLGO. Wow, surprise! Has this been halted at all? The other one that got halted so many times, and this one looks like it had way more movement. That's all traders are looking at, guys. The day it hit 10. Hmm. A lot of volume coming in. All the volume, most of the volume today is right in this candle. China stock. Now, this is a case I can't chase it, of course, but let's see if it has any sort of a pullback or pause. Oh, that's right. I just put these are the price alerts I put just to demonstrate how, minimize your price alerts window. You get the price alert, it'll pop on your screen. So maybe this is the first glimmer of hope of a bit of a mini bounce for SGH. So again, as an intraday trader, I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. The main one is using a relative volume filter. I mean, this tells me again that at 52, what does that mean? A relative of a volume of 52. That means that on average, up to 1140, and this is a very loose definition, okay? Over the last 10 days, on average, so you take what it traded on average over the last 10 days up to this time of day, it's 52 times that today. Okay. So of course, that's one way of course, finding stocks that are trading abnormally. And the other way is, okay, what about their option activity? Is it abnormal? So let's take a look. So this is traded so far, 3,600 contracts. That's at 3620, 3629. At 1067%, that represents 10 times normal. Okay, in terms of contracts. So coupled with the volume and abnormal option activity, when you see if I see this. Yeah, so if you see stocks that are in the 10-day daily breakout or the breakout, and you see the same stock in both of these, really pay attention, in my opinion, okay? So look at the SGH right there. And of course, the first now I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, so this might be slightly skewed. I don't know when the first alert. It probably happened earlier. SGH. But even so, I mean, look at that 1520, and it's basically the same alert 1520. But these are different filters. I mean, this is, this is looking at abnormality in different ways. So when you see the same stock in both, pay attention, in my opinion. All right. And Andy has confirmed that it will be him in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes while I take my break. Oh, yeah. Where you been? John 316. Haven't seen you for a while. You can say hi to me too. Monster pullback. No kidding. Again, the 11th commandment, guys, thou shalt not chase. Okay. Not really, Marty, but you understand that I mean, in theory, I could create a multi-strategy window. Okay. In theory, create a multi-strategy window. Now, you know what? I'm going to answer your question. You really don't have to because it's not that hard. Again, as I've said, you don't get too many alerts in either of these. Okay. And remember, SGH is on the way down. So all you'd have to look is at the brown ones. Okay. And it's not most of these moves enough that, if I didn't get in at 1520 and I got in at 1510 or 1505 even because it's moving, it's not the end of the world. I think it's just a matter of, what I do is I put them side by side. I put them side by side so I can just quickly glance to see, you know, are they in both? That's all. It would be a lot harder, of course, if this were like full of alerts and this one was full of alerts. But again, look how it's color coded. Pretty simple for me to see. If this is green, then the equivalent would be light green, light blue here. Again, this is just my color coding. Something in green is up, pink is down. In here, something here, brown is down, light blue is up. So I just put them side by side on my other monitor. Man, I should have flipped the script on the cold. Man. Oh, yeah, it's not bugged. It was just I was scrolling down to see some of the light blue ones, I think. All right, guys, 11:46. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Andy's not there yet, but he'll be there soon, probably in about 10 to 14 minutes. And I think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube while I take my break. The reason being is that, as I said, we have 5 different traders from Monday to Friday who host the YouTube room between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. They all have different trading styles. You know, I obviously have my own trading style, but Andy has his. He'll have scans that are completely different from mine. He's more of a swing trader, way more than I am. Though, as he'll, I'm sure, be quick to say, swing trading is not easy now. Too bad there's this high right there. 641, is that right? Hmm. This is a blank check? No, it isn't. Looking at this PSQH, low float, 14 million in the float. What do I think about Sassy in our YouTube room? Well, let's see if it's how rested it is now. Yeah, I mean, it's trying. I mean, it obviously had a big pullback. 660 is the VWAP, so probably has to take out the VWAP. There is obviously one of excuse me, guys. One of two ways to play this, I suppose. Will it get to the VWAP from here and stall, or wait for it to take out the VWAP and see if it really wants to run? Just give me a moment, guys. I got a catch in my throat. But this is one of those, in theory, it could catch fire at some point, later on in the afternoon, in theory. I mean, it's fastly approaching the VWAP. It had some news, and, should it move on this news like it did? Probably not, but the other issue is there, the 200-day moving average is still there. It did pop above it. And the other issue is that, this is, I mean, again, such a low, low, low float. So again, if anybody takes this trade, you cannot, even for 5 seconds, don't wander away from your computer. Okay? Because this can drop just like that, even in 5 seconds, 2 seconds. Aha, so Savin is trying to come back. Okay. Still down for the day, I bet. Yeah, it's down for the day, but it's a high of the day now. So it is trying to come back. Probably I don't know if they've come out with some kind of a rebuttal, but this is the reason why it got hammered today. This is, I mean, if you know the story of Sava, you know it's been hammered many, many times by various reports like this. Okay, on report of misconduct allegations against it, Alzheimer's drug co-developer. Whew, meanwhile, the market just selling, selling, selling. Give me a moment, guys. Real, are you sure that this was a SPAC? Looks more like an IPO. It wasn't, when I saw this, I was looking to see if it traded in the pre-market, which it did not. I'm talking about the MNY. I think it just, I mean, I can't quite tell. It doesn't look, I mean, it doesn't say that it merged with anybody else and it became MNY today. Usually when it's a SPAC, so it was BT, okay. So it was a merger. Okay, okay. You don't have to do it real. CASA on top of it as usual. BTWN, okay. It's strange because usually they trade in the pre-market, don't they? Just give me a moment, man. Yeah, thank you, AJ and CASA. Because normally they start trading in the pre-market, but not today, not this one anyway. That's how you can definitely know it's a merger. All right, guys, 11:55. So what I'm going to do is, yeah, CASA, and maybe didn't hear anything or didn't hear me real. CASA already mentioned that, and AJ in our YouTube room did the same thing. Okay, guys, on a break. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. And I just heard a little ping. That means Andy's there probably. Okay, guys, I think Andy's there. I put the YouTube link in. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. So Andy is there now. You can head over and listen to him in YouTube.
Hey, Barry.
Andrew.
What's happening, buddy?
Well, exciting day.
Yeah.
If exciting day if you're willing to short.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And I know some
It
aren't,
was.
but
I spent
you know,
too much time getting out of my lungs.
I was saying, you know, we've got five days of the week. We have five different traders. They all have different trading styles. I said that Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am, but I'm pretty sure he's going to tell you it ain't easy right now swing trading.
No. As a matter of fact, it's very, very rare that I don't have any positions, but I just don't see any reason to be long. Yeah, right now. I mean, short. Obviously, yeah. I'm the kind that's always been scared to go home short, especially not the averages, but stocks, 'cause you
Yeah.
just don't
Oh,
know
you
what
mean
you're gonna
swing
wake up
trading
to.
shorts? You
Yes,
mean swing
yes.
trading or shorts?
Yes, yes. You just never know what
Yeah.
news you're gonna get out the next morning.
But of
But,
course, if you're swing trading along, you may not, you might get hit the same way if it's a bio, of course. But I do hear you. I
yeah,
do
it
hear
is.
you.
And it doesn't matter. I mean, like, yesterday, if you look at my screen, I bought some dust in what I thought was a great level, and that's why you shouldn't. So I bought it off this 50 yesterday, right? Had a
Mhm.
nice little, looked like a nice little place to get a short. Of course, I woke up this morning and I was telling Steve earlier, my best trade of the day was getting out of dust on a bounce.
Yeah.
Yes, I got out around 13 on a bounce, and I'm like, oh my gosh, uh, so
Yeah.
yeah,
Not easy.
it's kind of yucky. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not easy.
And
I mean,
when you're a guy like me, it's awesome. I mean, it's
oh
just
yeah, oh yeah.
I
This
mean,
is the time to be day trading for sure.
and Andy, I don't know if you saw this one earlier. Take a look at SGH. You saw SGH. Look that up.
SGH.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Now, this
Yes.
is an earnings play, Andy, and have you ever heard of SGH before?
No.
Okay, there you go. So this is why I love the more obscure earnings plays. I mean, we've seen this,
Sure.
in the trading room when we've seen this one before. I recognize the name Smart Global, but this is why I love earnings season. I mean, we're
Hmm.
just getting started, of course, but we get names like this that are really they almost dormant for 3 months. And then they release earnings, and then they have their day either on the upside or the downside. And this is what I love about earnings season. Seeing these sort of trades.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, Barry. I mean, gosh, look at that. Not even a bar reversal, man. And
Exactly.
gosh, two,
Exactly.
what's that? 3.5
Unbelievable, isn't
hours
it?
of trading. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
And that showed up on
2.5
my
hours.
10-day daily breakdown, and it showed up on my abnormal option scanner. So I've been saying that if you see the same stock, and it doesn't happen that often that you see the same stock on both the different scanners. You see the
Hmm.
same stock on both of those
Oh
scanners.
yeah,
Really pay attention to it because
that's
they're
right.
they're they're similar and they're looking for abnormal activity, but there's definitely different filters involved. So
Sure.
so anyway, so
Take a
can I
break.
go now?
Yeah, yeah. Can I ask you a favor? I'm put in for half
Yes.
a day off, so could you come back maybe 5 or 10 minutes early? I'm
Oh,
trying to hit
sure,
the
no
road and go
problem.
see mom. Yeah, so
Oh, no problem.
uh, I appreciate it, Barry. Uh,
Okay. Okay,
have
I'll
have
make
a good
sure. Don't
break,
worry.
man. Thanks, man.
Okay,
Bye bye.
bye.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, this is like I was telling Barry. I have nothing. Don't never feel like you have to be in the market at any time. Spies may dig in right here and catch this 20 period, but boy, it's just tough. We're still in a downtrend. I matter of fact, I mentioned this on the on one of my videos I did this week. I said it's easy to get all excited about this movement. Let me put on my regular charts right here. This thing is still having issues scrolling on these HTML charts. But yeah, it's really easy to get excited that hey, new bull market, let's go, and then next thing you know, boy, you're just getting slapped down, right back down. That being said, we're trying to hold the 20 period, but we'll see what happens. But I tell you, it sure seems the stocks can get killed a lot more than the averages because you probably have a lot of energy stocks that are holding up the spy. Let's take a look at the Qs. And yeah, uglier day there in the Qs, down 1.25%. And of course, the IWM is really, really struggling. I actually bought TNA back over here, but I end up scalping it out. And good thing it's right back down. Yes, yes, great day. And I tell you, I can't tell you how many times, you know, I try to, play silver and gold. I'm usually trying to go long, right? And so I was like, "Oh, look at that GDX yesterday. That was a potential good little potential short swing. But right up here, running into its 50, it's a good chance it's going to roll over that way. And of course, the one time I'm short, you get a major gap and go. But like I said, then my best trade was getting out of that dust for a small loser on the drive up this morning. Yeah, I think Steve is long some SQQQs, but after that dust got me, I just wasn't in the mood to turn around and start trying to short anymore. So I just let my long stop out and you know come back in on Monday and see if we're. Josh just feels like a really good time to be in cash right now. And interesting enough, we see some decoupling from the dollar and gold. So I didn't even bother to look for any news. Does anybody know any macro news that would cause gold to do this? I'm sure some of you guys who traded a lot probably do. I just play price action. Don't try to figure out why a stock's doing something. I tried. What did I try this morning? I tried to the long side. What was it? See, I think it may have been on. Groupon's holding up okay. Oh well, it'll come to me in a minute. Well, I guess I can look over my account and tell you. Oh yeah, MNTS. Just a lot of it. It still may go, but it's doing great volume this morning. Thought it was gonna maybe possibly test this high, yesterday's high. Still might. One you got to kind of watch and watch it go right when we're sitting there talking about it. Continued good volume today, even after that topping tail wick. So got a feeling if it goes to highs, it could, it could see that $4 level. But I don't know. Friday now, I'm afraid you just get another slap down on a wick. But got out for a small loser on that. Probably on that candle right there. Maybe the end of the world. There you go. Maybe that's it. Perfect circle. Everybody, but yeah, it's very strange to see gold and silver decouple from the dollar. Sorry, just looking at some stuff real quick. Some volume coming in that TALS last 30 minutes. How are the banks holding up? JP, not bad. Wells Fargo's okay. Yeah, so not giving it all back yet. All right, guys, this is the support webinar. So if you have any questions about the software, be sure to fire away into the chat there, and I'll do my best to answer it. Other than that, maybe we'll look for some opportunity. Silk, huh? Let's take a look at Silk. Yeah, it's definitely slow and steady. It takes out yesterday's high. That could be something that which happened on the very open of the day. What? DHT's having a good day. Now, UNG. Uh, at some point, I mentioned this the other day. I don't know when, but boy, it's been basing for a very long time. I guess it's obviously can stay down here as long as it wants to, but I got an alert in there if it does pop through that kind of 5 day mess right there, 5 day high. In other words, eight. If it gets above eight, I think it might want to try to dig out of this hole. So I'm not sure why the gap down today. Of course, it is commodity. The commodities can do their things overnight. That's for sure. Well, yeah, I missed some plays on that on GDX this morning. I looked at AG and pre-market around 508 or something like that, and I'm like, nah. Newmont had a really nice pullback at the open. Yeah, it really hadn't done all that much. I mean, it's up 2%, far below the GDX, I think, because probably it pays a dividend. That's always factored in. No, perfect circle. I'm not. Compare count. No, I can usually have a pretty good idea of what it's going to be. Just kind of looking at the overall market. But I think it's Jamie has always looked at it in the first 15 minutes of the day, and I kind of like that. He always kind of posted on Twitter. I used to watch it, look at it every day around the uh, 15-minute mark. Just look at Jamie's Twitter to see what it looks like. But not a bad idea. Just never been a compare count guy. DPC, DPZ, Domino's Pizza. It's on Market Scope. It's on Market Scope 4. I'm trying to figure out because it's kind of flat on the day. Oh, it's down a little bit. Is there earnings play yesterday? Yeah, not much going on there. Just kind of in no man's land. Gotta put a little alert in there just in case. There's some decent volume. iCore Connect. Some pretty high 1 minute, 5 minute volume there. It does have the potential. Just look back over here. But yeah, what can I'm always yeah, I just can't buy something on the intraday when I see this daily over here. It's got too many headwinds above it. Maybe if it got above that, 350 level, but 6 million in the float. All right, get rid of my price alerts here. Keep an eye on some of my China stocks and taking advantage of this pullback in the China averages. Like to get that PDD that I missed the other day. I was so angry when it broke above 100. It's on my radar, but it just took off right at the bell. Well, that was just a beautiful breakout above that 100. So looking for a pullback in that one maybe to get in. I that was pretty vicious. I always hate because I was long some China stocks. Always hate when the China trades overnight and pretty much flat on the day. Then they open up over here and they get crushed, and which is what happened yesterday. And you take a look at K Web and just an ugly, ugly day yesterday. That being said, it's yeah, it has a lot of work to do. I would look for a possible reversal. Of today's candle. I don't think there's anything you can do to do right now for sure. But yeah, it's really difficult right now. I mean, you get these, the moves you see in individual stocks versus the overall averages are just atrocious. You need to get these stocks that are, you know, averages will be down 1% and your stock will be down 10. It's just crazy, especially in if you're in a lot of the small caps and things like that, man, they just get killed. And the next thing you know, like we're seeing right now, you get this crazy bounce in the SPY and the Qs, and for no reason at all. Just I mean, I had a couple of nice trades in AI stocks, but obviously I got stopped out yesterday. But I always like to look for them. I think this PLTR, if this thing can come back, this is one that's definitely on my radar. INOQ, I traded yesterday. I mean, 2 days. This move right here, I bought it pretty early and scalped out first day, and then got out the rest actually yesterday. But Yeah, seeing some good setups out there, but boy, you got to be quick in this market. You get a couple of days, man, and then things reverse on you. Just like Akamai, I got stopped out today as well. I mean, that looked good for a few days there, but sold half yesterday and half today. Thank God I got out. I got it early today too, right when it broke that 10-period moving average. Big boys not having a good day. Netflix has been getting beat up pretty good lately. Not sure where that's going to be. Yeah, it's in no man's land. Maybe this ledge right here, but then it may want that gap fill just below. But I'll put alert in here just to see how it reacts sometimes when they come to nice support levels. Ooh, talk about a beaten up stock. There's an Armageddon trade for you. Some interesting volume today in that GGB. Trader 77, what is the best way to identify momentum using TI tools? Well, we got a couple, the thing about momentum, and I used to talk about this in one of our webinars a lot, is a lot of people want momentum, but they want to catch it early. Well, that's a kind of a paradox because I mean, momentum is not only big, strong volume, but it's also accompanied by a moving of the price in a certain direction. Okay, so that's how you have momentum. So I used to have people all the time. It's like, gosh, I want to catch these momentum stocks, but I want to catch them early. It's like, well, they're not momentum stocks until they go. So the most difficult thing for traders to do is identify the ones that are which are going to keep going. And uh, I always say take a look at relative volume, because and I used to give the analogy of a like I'm sure some of you guys probably heard this over and over, but it's a good one. Like a rapids, carrying a log, down the river in pretty high rapids. What's going to keep that log going and not getting hung up on any debris or rocks or anything like that? It's going to be, a category 1 or 2 or a category 5. Obviously, that category 5 is the rapids that are going to keep pushing that log, down the river. So the same thing can be associated with stocks and momentum stocks. Okay, the more volume you have, the more likely it's going to continue in the same direction. So that's what I look for. I look for relative volume. Let's see, probably not a whole lot of. There's going to be some to the downside, that's for sure today. Probably not a lot to the upside, but let's see if we can find anything. Come on, single stock window. Okay, this is good, but it's not huge volume, relative volume, 4.43. It's nothing to write home about, that's for sure. But I also like to look, and this is an ADR, so it's a little bit different. I don't like to trade too many ADRs for momentum, but nonetheless, it's a very powerful chart, doing good volume. More than likely, it's going to keep heading in the same direction unless it is acted upon a force of resistance, which would probably marry up someplace in the chart to a resistance point. So let's pull up the weekly here, and this thing is it's you can see it's position in lifetime range, position in year range. So there's nothing to prevent this thing from continue to go higher. Uh, Now it has come a long ways in the last 4 or 5 days, but at the same time, I wouldn't short it here. That's for sure because the momentum is still to the upside. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Looking at the relative volume with the steel plays today, they were good. Let's take a look at AG. Yeah, there you have it. You have a relative volume of 4, and taking a look at the daily on this thing. Now, this was really, really ugly daily coming into the day, and I do see a level right here, so I'd be concerned if I was long the stock. Uh, but they want to make it to that 50 period moving average. But you can see there was nothing really once it got through this level right here at 530 level. There's really nothing, to prevent it from going to that 550 level. Now I know that's only 20 more cents, but man, if you got size, that's the kind of that's the kind of thing that'll keep you in a trade. When you're looking at momentum stocks, don't just get out just because you make a certain amount of profit. It's okay to take some off, but always look left to see where this thing can get hung up at. And, obviously right here at 550 is a key level. And you can see now it's running into some headwinds because of that pivot level there and it's starting to back off. So, uh, I always say, stocks, they have a destiny, and you can look at that daily chart, especially when there's momentum involved, and you can pretty much find that destiny point, that target point. Let's see, get another one of your examples here. CDE. See if it's playing out right. Yeah, and also you got to look at, when you have a commodity like this, you have to look at the overall. You probably want to look at gold, silver. You might want to look at GDX to see, where it is running into. And you can see right here, it does have kind of a pivot level. If I put it right here, you can see there are some pivots, huge level of interest. It's the same level right here at 29. So could be running out of steam, but see if I can find an example of one that's not a. And you always got to be careful in the early going on momentum plays, because I'm sorry, on earnings plays, because a lot of times they could run their course in the first 15 minutes. I see it all the time, and then they just end up being kind of sloppy. And you can see it got real close to this line of resistance there, and there you have it. Just happened in the first 15, 20 minutes of the day. Thoughts on Nvidia? But yeah, keep that in the back of your mind. You want to find that two things you want to look at when you're playing momentum. You want to find that relative volume. How much volume is it doing? And uh, where is the next level of resistance on the daily chart? And I can't see. That's about the only ones I'm seeing today. Nvidia. Yeah, it's had a nice little bounce here off lows, got through this level, was a good level to buy it, but now, it kind of filled the gap over here, and now it feels tired, like it wants to pull back. Personally, I would like to see if it's going to come back and maybe tag this 10 period moving average, or maybe even back to this 450 level. But when I'm thinking about something like that, I just like to put in uh, price alerts and let it come to me. In this current environment, you can get your price. You really can. If you're looking at something and you want it to, wait on your price, unless obviously if it's momentum. Yeah, I saw that RFMD coming through a few things today. Yeah, looks like it might want that 30 level, or at least the high of this wick over here. It's what I like about, kind of want to keep an eye on this mint. Of course, now it's rolling over, but if this thing were to, get through yesterday's high, I mean, there's not a whole lot of, resistance till you got basically a double up here around 7. I mean, you got single bars, but nothing, no true resistance up until this level. So, of course, now it's rolling over and I'm out, but just keep the price alert in there, and maybe on Monday this thing wants to try it again. That would be a nice little setup there, just a kind of a uh, as long as it doesn't pull back too much. Yeah, we wouldn't call that a horseshoe. Now, horseshoe would have happened, earlier. Let me zoom out here. Now, it's tough when you have a bar, but if what I would like to have seen, I guess you could call it a horseshoe, if this bar would have kind of continue. That doesn't mean it can't. Yeah, it could still do it, but typically the really strong horseshoes, you'll see them on the the second move right here and not back. I could see this being just high frequency traded, slopping around, probably trading right here very easily. Unless, of course, the market just decides to get crazy, which it can. It does its stupid things. I want to keep seeing this IQ come through. All right. Nike was on my watch list today. Kind of, the day after earnings, it sold off, but now it's taking out that high from the earnings. Groupon setting up to go through highs, possibly. No, that was on Barry's watch list up this morning. Let's take a look at other ones that were on there. See how they're doing. SRT. Yeah, they're all higher. Well, you just would have bought every one of these, man, watch list stocks. You would have done good. Barry, if you're listening to me, those were some good stocks on your watch list. Every time I pick one of them, though, it fails me. LL yesterday. I mean, that just looked really pretty. Like, I mean, it got through this level, and I'm saying, okay. And I was loaded up, and I was loaded up at a good price. I was loaded up around 410 average or something like that, and it got through this level, and I'm like, okay, huge volume, got through. Next high is way over here, 467. I'm gonna kill this. And then of course, nah, Andy's in it. That swing trader is in it. Let me just and that's I don't know. That's why I don't do too many day trades, guys. It just seems like the ones I pick, even though just like I was preaching, huge volume yesterday. Apparently a buyout offer around 596 or something like that. I can't remember the price, but obviously something must be wrong with it or something because must be some shenanigans going on because boy, when you see something like that and it breaks out of this high right there, you just that kind of volume and you're just expecting it to keep going. But no, I mean I actually ended up making money because I did scalp out half because I just know every time I get in one, and then of course the second phase I lost a little bit on that because I gave it a little more than I should have. Okay, the TTST just won the race here, guys. And dang it, I was just looking at that. Dang, I was just looking at it. 422. Crazy. There's that RFMD coming through the extreme volume. See that huge volume coming in, high relative volume. Hopefully, Jeff, you were in that. Why do I keep pulling up Monster instead of this? Yep, that one failing a little bit so I can get a head start just in case it's doing crazy volume. Too crazy for you? Yeah. It's enough float though. It's 92 million, so it's not, crazy low float, but at the same time, yeah, that's this was on the watch list yesterday and I called it out. Of course, I don't have any. Yeah, I saw Sava coming. I saw it earlier in the day. There it is, coming across like it wants to win this race. Yep, big gap down. Not sure. Must obviously news that didn't end up being too bad. I ever sold a position at the open and bought it back at the close. I, in my years of trading, I'm going to have to say yes. Um, I typically will avoid selling things at the open unless it's something like that dust where I was on the wrong side and my intentions were to get out and I used the bounce to get me out of a losing position. But uh, not common. I may have done it before. Typically, what I'll do is you know if I get stopped out, sometimes I'll put hard stops in, being a swing trader, and uh, like if I have and it's very common for me to have 12 to 15 positions at a time, so I do have to use hard stops at times. So sometimes, yes, I'll get stopped out, and then maybe I'll pull it up, and if I see it was just shenanigans or and it's bouncing back real quick, I will buy it back. But typically I won't be. I might wait for the close of the day. I'll use if I'm going to do that. I'll usually do it pretty quick. Trying to think of an example, but I can't off the top of my head.
Well, Andy, I guess your mic is not picking up all my breathing and sighing
Oh, I
and
guess not.
whistling and everything.
Usually it does, but
I've been
yeah.
beckoning you. You want to answer Peter before you go?
Yeah. Any book you recommend learning swing trading? Huh? Uh, well, probably it's going to be a technical analysis book, just on candlestick charting, maybe. Japanese candlesticks charting by Steve Nissen, Nison. It's a really basic book, on candlestick charting. It doesn't get too depth into all these exotic patterns. I don't think you need to know too much to do swing trading. Just basically a few moving averages, support, resistance, and maybe some simple patterns, like shooting star hammers and things like that. And you can find a lot of that on the web too. But I would focus more on technical analysis, and any psychology book's going to help you with your trading, whether it's day trading, swing trading, or whatever. But Peter, I'm telling you, if you uh, it's really important to learn, candlestick charting. And so, once again, it's just called Japanese candlestick charting by Steve Nissen. I'll write it in there. Nison.
Yeah, Andy, I actually had that book a long,
Oh,
long,
did you?
long time ago.
Yeah, me
And it's
too.
really not designed, just for swing trading. It's any, I
No,
mean, it's chart reading. That's all it
it
is.
is. It is. It is. Uh,
But in order to do any sort of trading, you have to understand, as you say, the patterns, the candlestick patterns.
that's right.
So, but it is a good book. I mean, I remember, I don't know if I still have it. I mean, I had to
I
buy it
think I do.
15,
Yeah.
20 years ago,
Yeah.
and it's been around for a long time.
It has, it has. Now they've made some newer editions, you know, you can get the most recent edition, it's probably gonna be, you know, that much better, but,
Mhm.
yeah,
But it
it's
was nicely laid out. It was
it
very
was.
pictorially designed. So you
Yeah,
know, very clearly all the representations of the different patterns and all. Yeah, it was very found it very nice. I mean, I just was starting out my trading career and thought, okay,
yep.
what the heck is a candlestick?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, it took some time.
I know you want to get out. My funny story is I had an uncle who was super into the market. Okay, not day trading, but he actually handled a lot of his kids' finances and all that.
Mhm.
And And I didn't know anything about the market other than, you know, odd tip here or there. So I would buy a stock, hold it, and do this and that. And one day he says to me, you know, Barry, I think, you know, you might want to take a look at this one. And I said, okay, sure. I did. And I bought it. And then a couple of weeks later said, you know, I don't like it. I don't like the pattern.
Ah,
And I said,
interesting.
what do you mean? Like what pattern? What do you mean? Is it, like Aberdeen? Is it like what do you mean? I had no idea what he was excuse me, what he was talking about. None. Zero. Had not looked at a chart. No, he said I don't like the chart. That's right, not the pattern. I don't
Oh,
like the
okay.
chart. And I went,
Huh.
chart? He said, what do you mean? And he said, I just don't like the chart. So, you know, my recommendation is, you know, probably get out of it now. I know we're up a little and all that. And I thought it was voodoo. I really did. I
Yeah,
thought, what are you talking
interesting.
about?
Yep.
And this is a long, long time
Oh,
ago.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so after that, I said, okay, I guess I should understand what a chart is, number one. Like what,
Yep.
and it's funny because Michael's course, if you will, I mean, it starts off with what is a stock and what is a chart,
Mhm.
literally. And if you
Yeah,
don't know anything, I mean, it's a great starting point.
sure.
So
Absolutely.
anyway, and I'll never forget that. I thought, what was this? Was he crazy looking at all these squiggles on a chart? What does that mean?
Yeah. Oh,
Literally,
yeah.
no idea.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, when I first, you know, started trading, you know, over 25 years ago, that's me too, Barry. Had to go to a floor back then. Went to a trading floor and pulled up the software, and I'm like, "What is this red and green dots and lines?"
Exactly.
Oh
Oh
man,
man.
yeah. You forget how you know how difficult it was at first. You know, you
Well, and
trying to
that's why
learn.
I try to have excuse me, the empathy. Anybody who's new to trading, you know, and I try to tell them there's no stupid questions. Honestly, we
No,
all started off with zero knowledge, you know,
yep,
usually, and so don't be afraid to ask
no,
questions.
absolutely.
So, Andy, I
Well,
know you want to
did
get
you hear
off.
me? Did you hear me compliment you earlier? I mean, maybe you were still.
No, what did you say?
I was saying I went through your watch list up today, and every one of those trades, if you just traded those, I would have done very, very well. They
Oh,
were all up.
nice.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So good job.
Okay. You're welcome. But you didn't trade them.
Well, I wish I'd taken them, but
Yeah. I wish
all
I
right,
coulda, woulda,
Barry.
shoulda.
Thanks,
Okay.
thanks for letting me out of here early,
Hey,
and
no
have a great
problem.
weekend.
Okay, you too, Andy.
Bye,
Thanks for
everybody.
spelling
Same to
me.
you. Uh huh.
All right, guys, I'm, let's see, grab the screen. Okay, grab the screen. Get my music going. Man, oh man, oh man. This is just before I took my break. I see that at excuse me, RVMD, excuse me, showed up on the daily reversal at 11:52. This is just before I took my break. Talk about a daily reversal because that was at 20, basically $26. You can see the blue arrow. That's where the alert happened on the 15-minute chart. Look at this. Man, that was just before I took my break. Don't know. Don't know if it's the same news. It's not it's not unheard of rehashing the same news to see if you get a pop. Wow, what a move though. And I see from my 10-day daily breakout, I remember seeing it, but I didn't really, I sort of dismissed it. The 10H, I know some of you probably took it, happened at 10:45. I sort of remember it, but then I remember seeing it doing this and I thought, oh, well, whatever. And then from 2 to 360, word more. Wow. So there was the alert, $2, and it's still moving. 378. It's had a pullback, of course, but man, oh man. And this is, yeah, China low float. China low float. So you guys have no excuses, okay? I'm telling you, you want to concentrate just on a few scans if you're into momentum type trading. Okay, I mean, if you're looking for, but as I'm saying, if you're looking for pullbacks, there's nothing wrong then, but at least it being identifying a stock that's had a giant move, and maybe you can start setting some price alerts where you think you might like to take a look at it if it pulls back to a certain price, certain moving average, maybe the VWAP, things like that. Because I think you want to be in stocks. If you're going to intraday trade, you want to have stocks that are trading abnormally. So some of them, yeah, they just pull back to a certain level, and then they can pop through that level again, or maybe turns into a short if it really pulls back to that level and just continues down. We don't know. I mean, that's the whole thing about trading. If we absolutely knew, there'd be we'd all be millionaires. So I know you guys were talking about the Sava. Again, that was about 11:30 that happened. 14:57 was the alert, and it got up to almost a dollar and a half, 15.97. This is the alert right there, 11:26. Now this is a silver play, PAAS. Let's see if silver is still strong. I don't like trading the commodities. I just don't. I don't like trading oil stocks and precious metals unless there's some specific news for the stock, because they just follow their sector way too closely, in my opinion. And that's just me. Do I ever play the chart game? Are you talking about, okay, here's a chart. What will it do next? I used to see that a long time ago. I haven't seen it. I haven't looked at it for a long time. I think I know what you're talking about, though. They present you a chart and they say, okay, which way did it go? Yeah, I mean, when a company says they're going to be presenting data, usually you would think the data is going to be good. Why would they get up there and go, okay, everybody, well, our data was terrible. None of the trials worked. We're out of money. I mean, so let's take a look at anything else that I can see on my reversal. Let's see if anything else has moved. Probably not showing up on mine, Trevor. Let's take a look at the Palantir, PLTR. Yeah, so the option volume is only 57%. So yeah, so it's not showing up. Doesn't mean it's bad. I mean, I know you have a different you have something that you're looking at that's showing unusual put volume, but yeah, just not interesting to me. Lots of option volume, 200,000 contracts so far, but that's only half normal. So it will not show up. Well, as long as your secret sauce is working for you, that's all that matters. Keep an eye on this one, maybe this Mersana Therapeutics, MRSN. This has been thumped down several weeks, basing a little bit. And it looks like it's trying to take out that high here, which is 148, 150, 145. And then when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is around 4. So, yeah, I mean, keep an eye on MRSN. It's not a low float. And see if it wants to keep moving here. Look at the potential gap fill. Wow, that INMD just had a little pop up, but not much. And now just again giving it up, almost at the low of yesterday. In fact, it might be the low of yesterday, 2114. So it's below the low of yesterday. Where's your stop? Where we? No, I know I have an idea where you're going to put your stop. Are you talking about for a longer term hold or just a day trade or the MRSN? Yeah, I can see that. Sort of the low down here, right around here. Speaking of INMD, it just showed up. See, AMC had a little flurry, but now it's starting to give it up again. AMC. All right. So, I mean, okay, I guess it made the preview yesterday, the Taylor Swift concert made 2.8 million. I guess it's okay. I wonder if they're expecting a lot more. Rough estimate was below 5 million. So, yes. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they're not making as much as they thought. So, Pepe, you're so is there a way to bring back all of these everything in the taskbar? On my other monitor, I'm missing a lot of these, and it's the monitor I tend to find them. Is there a simple like I keep thinking taskbar setting, but I don't know why they disappear. You can't see my other monitor, but I mean I'm missing a bunch of the icons. Is there a way to go to that monitor and just say, show me like if I hover, like say this one was missing, this is my Epson scans bar. I can hover over it. I can see what it is. I can't see the icon. If I click on it, then it appears again. But just kind of weird. They're all pinned. They're all pinned. Yes, they're all pinned in all my monitors. But every now and then when I look in the morning, I'm missing a bunch of them on sometimes it's on all my monitors. In this particular case, it's only on one monitor that that there's gaps. I can see again, I can see them if I hover over the blank space. I can see what it would be. Then I click on it and it'll show up again. But just wondering, one of those weird ones. Shady, I wonder if he's still in STKL. STKL, trying to get to that high here, 382. I guess that answers my question. You got the wrong sport there, Brian. You're talking football, not hockey for Taylor Swift. That's okay. So you see when you whoops, when you go here and you see right here, taskbar settings, but it's just weird. Don't know why. And let's see. Yeah, lots of volume came in also. Look at the Synopta here, guys. A lot of volume just came into STKL. Okay, not a big deal, Pepe. It just happens every now and then. All right, Ohm is an earnings play and another all-time low. I just don't think it's going to be that dynamic, so I'm not going to take it. So, but it is an all-time low. All right, BTDR, BDT, sorry, on the way up now. Well, I don't know about crypto ones, but this is BTDR, China stock, Bitdeer Technologies. I guess it got halted on the way down. And now it's halted on it just resumed, but this doesn't look good. Relatively, it looks like this might have been a SPAC. It turned into BTDR. Thank you, Casa, as always. So it was BSGA before. Now it is BTDR. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Wow, look at Chef. What a day it's had. The Chef's Warehouse. Well, the next high looking left, 1938. So it's a little bit of room, but what a nice day it's having. Kind of, not this is an alpha stock. I mean, look what it's done all day. Look what the market's done all day. So it's kind of just a blah day for me right now. Well, I suppose there's a maybe again if it takes out 21. I mean, they still have to look left on the weekly chart to see where there is the next little bit of support. Looks like 2060. Looks like 2060, or am I wrong? 20, yeah. So it looks like 2060 on the daily on the weekly chart for INMD. So I guess if it could take out 21, but remember it had a pop. It went from 2109. Gee, that's not a huge pop. So I guess keep an eye on INMD on a nice 21 break. Okay, I'm just going to try to find that. This is in Windows 11 under taskbar behaviors. Check what you have selected for when using Show My Task. Taskbar behaviors. Check what you have selected for using multiple displays. Okay, here we go. Show my taskbar. Okay, show my taskbar on all displays. So I'm sure I'm assuming so it should be. It just is one of those things. Mhm. I mean, I would say 95%, 99% of the time it's not an issue, but every now and then I wake up and I have all sorts of my icons have disappeared. They're still there. I don't have to redo everything. They're still there. You just can't see them. Uber. Let's take a look at Uber. Mhm. Yeah, something. I do not see anything on Uber. Looking at my headline news, I do not see. Well, other than this, Investor Business Daily swing trader sells stock. Maybe that's it. That was a now that may have been I mean earlier too, but that was at 10:51 Eastern time. What an ugly daily chart, guys. Up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Well, Luca, you know what? You're identifying that. Then, yeah, just wrap it up, turn off your computer, go enjoy the weekend. No shorts available for me for the TANH. All right, guys. Well, you're more than welcome, Luca. Okay, I'm going to do my video now. Okay, guys. So I'm muting myself. I'll be back. All right, guys, I'm back. This is just a little too choppy for me right now, this INMD. I wanted to take out 21 and go. That's why I always, the whole number for me anyway, it's always that little area of worry. Will it take it out or will it not? All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Not seeing too much happening. Boy, that MRSN that you're in, dang. Yeah, it's not doing anything, is it? Yet. Relative volume is not terrible, 1.89, so it's not terrible. You know, guys. Okay, guys, I'm going to try to find something, maybe a late dayer. QSAW, again, oil play, energy play, little guy, not interested. Well, I'm almost looking to short this guy. It's this chef CHEF, I mean, it's been on a steady downturn for some reason today. It is, so I don't know who ISSEVA is EVA upgrades it to, I don't know who these guys are. Previous rating underweight. Now I can't even read this. What are they upgrading it to? 18.4. I can't even read. I don't know what they're, well, at any rate, that I guess is the reason why this is up because I don't see any other reason. But there are a lot of shares available for me to short, 1.92 million at Interactive Brokers. And the next high looking left, it's not that far away. 1939. I guess it's sort of far away, but it's trying to get through 19. Can't yet. You can see a couple of topping tails right here for Chef. CHEF. Well, I'm going to stick an alert down here at 1870 or 69. Let's see if it can break down through these 15-minute candles. I mean, listen, this may just keep going strong. It's definitely counter to the market. You just don't know who these guys are. The SIVA. All right, guys, INMD now is it going to stay underneath 21? Rhetorical question. Well, I tried to get some, but the uptick rule, and it's not down. I know it's not down 10% today, but it was down 10% yesterday and probably the day before. Until a day comes that it's positive, the uptick rule is still in effect. I could not get any. Shoot. Try one more time. Oh my goodness. Remember I had this one? I had this one in the simulator for a long time. Look at it today. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Had this in the simulator. I got rid of it yesterday. But look at this move for this Dr. S. This is 100. Well, it's lifetime high. What is the uptick rule? Excuse me. Well, when a stock is down 10% or more, of course, like SGH as an example. Okay, let's take a look at SGH as an example. So typically, if you want to short a stock, you can just go in at the bid. Okay, yeah, assuming your broker has shorts available. But if a stock is down more than 10%, you may try to get in at the bid. Like right now, I mean, I'm not going to try to do it right now. So let's just say I wanted to short this at 13.15. I may not get an instant fill, not the fact that it just moved, okay? But let's just say this sat 13.11, 13.13 for a while, and I try to short this at 13.11. Now, not all the time, but I may not get a fill, even though there are 1.5 million shares available. Because what has to happen is there has to be some action at the ask, and then it comes back to the bid. But I may be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. Okay, so it can be frustrating. And that's why you've heard me say, I can't get a fill, even though it's remained at the bid price that I want to get in at for 10, 15 seconds. And that's because the stock is down at least 10%. Now, the thing about it, though, is that uptick rule, as I understand it, will remain in effect until one day the stock is actually positive for the day. In other words, if SGH was negative tomorrow, but it wasn't down 10%, or Monday, and it wasn't down 10%, the uptick rule is still in effect. And even on the day that it is positive, I'm not sure you can short it. It might have to end the day positive before you can before the uptick rule disappears. Somebody might want to help me on that, maybe William or Shady. And yeah, the problem too, Brian, is that most of the time we're trying to short things that are pretty beaten up. So more than likely, a lot of them are already down 10%. So that's the only issue. Sometimes it's just difficult to get a short, even if you have shorts available. Not all the time, though. I mean, sometimes you go in and you get an instant fill. You go, okay. It probably also has something to do with how many shares are available. You would think that, if Apple at one day, my goodness, if Apple were down 10% one day, you try to short, you probably get a short pretty easily because there's just so many shares outstanding. There's so many shares available to short. Somebody mentioned Flex earlier. Ah, yeah. That was you, David, right? David Bernier. I think you mentioned Flex earlier. So this is, yeah, it could be interesting. It's now just trading basically normally in terms of volume. So getting back to Apple, let's see how many shorts are available for Apple. I mean, they're going to be millions, maybe even billions. Billions, 417 million shorts available. But it's only down 1%. So if I wanted to short Apple right now, I'd get an instant fill. Now look at Save. Huh. I'm sorry, Save. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Sava. I was thinking of Sava. I went, my goodness, what a turnaround now for Sava. But no, this is Save. Spirit Airlines. It's got room. Look at this underneath 1535. Boy, this market is right. I know everybody's wanting the magic swing trading scan. There isn't one. Unless you held DRS. What the heck did these guys do? Defense. Oh, okay, defense. Well, obviously a pretty strong sector right now, unfortunately. So, Steve, depends who your broker is, okay? Interactive Brokers got a great little, if you have Interactive Brokers, this is what I use. If you don't have Interactive Brokers, I can't tell you, okay? But Interactive Brokers, this tells me exactly how many shares are available. This is just a little pop-up. So I have this on my other one of my other monitors. If you have another broker though, I couldn't tell you. I mean, I'm surprised that other brokers don't have something exactly the same. What I used to do when in Canada, I used to have Questrade and they wouldn't show that either. So what I would do to see whether or not shorts were available, let's say I wanted a short DRS and I had no idea if any shorts were available. I would try to short one stock, one share at 100 as an example. Okay. And they would tell me, it would tell me immediately if they were available or not. So in other words, you just put it way, way, way above the current price. You'll never get a fill. Okay. So that is one way, in which you can, if you can't see if shorts are available somehow, but that's, and William is saying, I mean, E-Trade, it's crazy that they don't tell you how many shorts are available. Well, shorting is trading. He only wants people to trade on the long side. No, I see. Okay. Parizzo, guys, PRZO. So this, I had an alert set. Why? Let's see. I can't remember why I had that alert set up here. Oh, I know why. Look at the high of this day right there. So maybe, a late day runner has $4 is the next high. Wonder if it's going to be a late day runner. Low float, such a low float. We don't even have any float information. I think it's got about 5 million in the float. 5.95 million in the float. Yeah, bleak way to end the week, guys. So let's take a look at the SPY. Okay. And again, remember, October is, well, it's about the middle in terms of good months. So this was September. September is the worst performing month, and true to form, four red bars on the weekly. October has, it's not going down further than September, but not really doing much. Hopefully my sound noise canceling is working, guys, as my machine gets ready to take off. All right, guys, let's take a look at the chef here. I hated the leaf blowers. Yeah, well, and you were thousands of miles away from them. I was like 3 feet away. Well, McCade's got the look. Cade, Chef has got the look for sure. I mean, you've got a green bar, sort of a green bar ignored right there. All right, this one underneath the whole number, WTFC. I mean, look at the daily chart. There's a couple of lows not too far away, and then if we can get through that, 73 is the next low. So a little bit of room for this WTFC. How's XLF doing? In the 3 banks that released today had pretty good results, but hasn't helped. You can see early on, but hasn't helped. So this doesn't look good for next week when the major banks, other major banks release, Goldman Sachs, etc., release earnings. Even Beyond Meat's trying to have a daily reversal. BYND is trying to have a daily reversal. What's the next high looking left? Too close. Well, guys, I'm not seeing too much happening here. I've been waiting on this INND to see if it gets into the 80s again. I may take a short on that one, but it's just kind of hanging around 21. It's below yesterday's low, which is just over 21. Well, guys, I mean, Save has got some room. It does have some room. SAVE 1535 is at 1582 right now. The alert came at 16. There was the candle, the 15-minute candle that the alert happened. It did pop up a little bit from there, but all right, guys. Well, William said he will keep the room open till 3:30. I'm certainly not going to be there. Remember this one yesterday, guys? It's OPGN, so it's trying to get above a dollar again. It's crazy one. Got up to 387, closed down here at 89 cents, right at the 200-day moving average. Trying to make another little flurry, maybe above the 200-day. That's OPGN. Obviously, a low float. All right. Well, again, this is just highly, highly, highly risky, guys. But this OPGN is trying to get above a dollar again. The 200-day moving average is 97 cents. So RVMD. Okay, let's take a look at RVMD. Oh, I see what you're looking at. Yeah, okay. Potential. Yeah, I mean, look left. It's got some potential. VWAP or the 200-day certainly is not in the way. Bit of a spread issue, not terrible for a stock that could move a lot. 67.82. All right, guys, I'm watching this one. I may take a flyer on this one if it holds over a dollar a little bit. I'm not suggesting anybody do the same. I'm talking OPGN. All right, guys. Well, let's see what happens. Nothing. Okay, out. I had a little profit on it, but I said, you know what? I wanted to see if I could get into the 20s. I'll keep one more eye on it if it gets over 108. Real was talking about knee earlier. What's happened with it? NEE? Yeah, big recovery. Big recovery from the lows of a few days ago, 47 up to 54. But okay, this is when he was talking about it, but obviously it dropped. Okay, INMD now. Maybe it gets a 2085. I might take it on a short. On a short. Well, let's take a look at XLE. Just see what it's done today, just in general. ETF for energy. So had the big move in the pre-market. Big move, big move, big move. 45 minutes down. Who's your broker, R. Greer? That you could short OPGN just out of curiosity. No, there were no shorts available for me at Interactive Broker. So who is your broker? Somebody in our YouTube room? Oh, a paper trade. Okay. All right. Well, this has got room. I don't know. I mean, let's think I don't think it really matters what the market's doing, but our relay, RLAY, certainly has room. You look left on the daily chart, and the next high is way up here, almost $9. So, I mean, it's got room. Is there Jeffries cuts the target from 940 from 1250. Yeah, PJ, have a great weekend. Hope your teams win, whoever they may be. Yeah, well, My Seahawks inflicted the only loss for you guys. Believe me, if I'd been a betting man, I would have bet everything I owned that the Lions would win the game. Never mind point spreads, just win the game. Well, your RVMD moving a little bit here. Nice call, PJ, on the RVMD. So don't go. No, that was a nice move, though. That was a great move because you talked about it right around here, around 28.50. There's almost a dollar move for RVMT. So really nice. RVMD. Well, certainly if this were earlier in the day, I'd really like to take a look at this RLAY. This doesn't trade very much, this Leonardo DRS doesn't trade very much ever, really. 609,000 shares. It had one huge day back here in, I guess, September 14th. So about a month ago, had one huge day. It didn't really move it. This is the candle right there. Didn't really move it till the next day and chopped around a bit. But ever since then, this has been on a run. Oh, yes. Should mention that one. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, so somebody Solar asked for a link to the test drive. So let me go over what you see. So I put the test drive link in. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So you give us your email and you sign up. Now you're not signing up for the test drive, okay? The test drive will start on November the 6th. It'll run for 10 trading days. You'll have that. It'll cost you $11.11. So you'll have access to our full premium service, except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. So if you're signing up for the test drive because you want to try auto trading, don't do it, okay? So when you sign up right here, what'll happen is before the test drive starts, it'll show you how you can sign up for it. So you're not actually signing up for it right now, but it'll give you all the instructions, how to pay, etc. Okay. So that's what this is all about. And the other thing is, when the test drive is over, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. So don't worry about that. We're not that sort of a company. If you do want to take out a subscription, of course, we'll have a nice promo for you, but you don't have to worry. We don't put you into a subscription automatically. But we only do this, looks like only about 3 times a year now. We used to do it once a quarter, but we're not doing it as many times. So if you want to try us out, this is a great opportunity. Okay. So again, it starts on November the 6th. Well, there is the next high looking left for RVMD, the daily chart right there, 2940. And it basically got right there, 2950, and then that's where it stalled. Let me see. I'll tell you in a second. Yeah. So first of all, it could have, okay, solar, but you see right there, the relative volume is only 2.2. Virtually all of my filters, all of my scans, it's a minimum of 3, okay? So if I had reduced it to say 2, would I have seen it here? More than likely, okay? Because that would have been, because I'm looking at the volume, that would have been a nice momentum. It probably would have shown up here, but my minimum value here is 3. So so it would not show up here, but almost for sure. Certainly the volume was good, and it was up enough percent, but the relative volume, and it's skewed because of the days that it had previous. So that's can be sometimes the problem with the relative volume, because remember, it's looking at the average over the last 10 days or so. And of course, 11 million is great, but 100, but it's also looking at 150 million the day and 100 and what day was that? That was 171 million and 124 million. So in relation, like 11 million is great volume, but when you take the average over the last 10 days, it's still good, 2.2 times normal, but that's that's my scanner. If you had a scanner that had 2, almost for sure you would have seen this right around here. And if why don't I reduce it to 2? Well, for every stock that does this, I may see a bunch of 10 others that don't. And so I have enough alerts coming through here. No, I don't want to get, I mean, I'm almost over. Again, I probably wouldn't even use it. If I were going to use a momentum scanner on my own, I'd probably up the filter values, because this is too many alerts. But I'm trying to keep the room somewhat interesting in terms of seeing all sorts of different potentials during the day. And that's what the momentum scan can do. But I repeat, if I weren't doing moderating a room, this is all I'd look at. There's actually a fair number of alerts even here, but a very, very manageable number of alerts. And you're not taking, remember, this is the program is called Trade Ideas. You're not taking everything. It's just a matter of seeing what it looks like once you click on it on a chart. How much room does it have? If you're going to short, where's the next low looking left? Is it far enough away that it could go until it hits that? Or if you're going to go long, where's the next high looking left? Does it have enough room? That's why I won't take the BYRN. I look at this and right here, I see a lot, what I consider a lot of stuff between right around 350. Now, does it mean that this is going to stop it? No. But the way I trade, I just won't do it. You moment, guys. Well, 2:30, 2:03 right now, guys. So I'm going to just do my last look for the week at my own page. So I've been fighting a cold all week. I've been, I trip over my words sometimes, sniffling. All right, here's my homepage link. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So again, a way in which you can take out a subscription. Here's my promo code, Barry15, 15% off the first month only. If you want to take out a yearly, just let me know. I can give you 25% off. And again, please use my link. If you're going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, please use my link. You can save my homepage or come into the room, use my link. Helps, or my promo code really helps the room to keep it free. Okay. This is a free room, but obviously there is a cost to run the room. So really helps to keep the room free. More people who use my code to take out a subscription if you eventually do. If you do take out a subscription, please, you have to do the getting started. 10 short videos, takes you through your downloader to install, your first startup and login. Takes a look at alert windows and top list windows. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. I would really recommend you take a look at them. There are a lot of videos, 38 videos or so. Daily Stock of the Day video that I do, you can sign up for it, free of course. Trade of the Week is free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here, including our user guide. Okay, great user guide. All nicely categorized, but you can search also. But most of the major areas of the user guide, you don't have to learn everything, of course. It's like Microsoft or something, Microsoft Word or something. You don't have to learn everything, but it's all nicely categorized. And last, here are my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. You hear me talking about the daily reversals, the abnormal option activity, right there, the momentum scan, and then the breakouts and the breakdowns. So you can take a look at these. This is what I use in the pre-market just to find the ones that have gapped up or down. Ah, really? Yeah, good for you, dip buyer. That'll make Michael Noss happy. All right, guys. Well, oh man, oh man, oh man. This is the my sound alert I have for the abnormal option activity, and save just continues down. She's in silk long. Just coming back. Had it's a horrible day a few days ago. Okay. So above yesterday's high, I guess. Is that right? 761, not quite. It tried to, not quite. But yeah, I mean, look at the this is the massive gap down 2 days ago from 13, 14 or so, all the way down to six something. Can't remember why. Was not an earnings play. Had some news, obviously. Q3 revenue. So they were, yeah, so that was guidance. They don't release until the 9th, but they guided saying, you know what? Don't wait for the 9th to get rid of us. Do it now. You know what? Chef is strong. I was looking to short this one earlier, but look at Chef. Chef is strong still, just over that. Well, it was just over the whole number. Look at Gatto here, guys. The male cat. You know, the next high is 5.514. So Well, you've definitely got a lot of room for it to run, Shady, if it wants to run. All right, where could Chef go, guys? I mean, this is pretty strong. I mean, this had a little pullback, not much though. And the next high looking left is 1939. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room to that high. You're wanting to take a late day trade. The volume came in. You can see the volume did come in. Well, okay, this is a silver play too. Okay, so that's why it's hot. Gatto is hot. It's silver play. Precious metals been hot today. You know, it's sort of getting a little bit of excitement here is the ACXP. ACXP, a little bit, and not anymore. I was watching this as it got up to 488 and it pulled right back down. So, okay, forget about it. Yeah, it can. I mean, if it's going to get wild, I mean, that's all traders are going to be looking at is this day that it hit 10. A lot of volume, 2.77 million in the float. So it's traded the float not quite three times. I'm just not seeing anything really moving that much right now. Getting into that Friday afternoon, but that not necessarily. I mean, you get the odd one, like maybe a Malak, maybe an MLGO. Ooh, guys, do you have any questions? Now's a great time because I'm not really doing anything. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute for a bit here. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, too bad. I never had shorts for this one. EH. This was a monster short from this ridiculous top, $40. Not that you probably could have got it up here, but even in this area here, 27, just had no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Oh, I don't try to examine it that closely, Stephen. I have no idea what's happening with Chef. But he asked, without news, do you think it might be shorts covering institutional buying? No idea. There was, I think there was one. I mean, there was some news, if you want to call this news. This upgraded it. Okay, ISS Eva. That was on the 11th, but it's showing up. What's the date today? That showed up yesterday at Interactive Broker. So I don't know. Maybe it's a delayed reaction to it. I really don't know. But I really have no. I don't really think like that. Like, well, why is it happening with no news? Stock's been beaten up for well, months almost. Well, since here anyway, about a month. Yeah, 1 month, 1 month straight down. Eventually, you'll see this with stocks out of nowhere. Well, okay, people just say maybe enough is enough, and they step in and buy. Shady Silk is on the move a little bit. Now above yesterday. Well, it's right at yesterday's high, 761, right at it. All right, INMD moving down a little bit, a little bit. And OFIX moving down a little bit. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. So OFIX, where do you see OFIX? Well, I saw OFIX because I kept putting a little price alert. I wanted to take the short just underneath 1250. I ended up taking it. I wasn't sure if it was going to do anything. It's giving me something. Probably I'm out of it, going to get out of it now. You can see the low of that candle, that 15-minute candle. I just can't remember where I saw it. Sorry. I ended up not taking the INND, but it might be interesting for a late day thrust down. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the end here. Another half hour or so for me. So, are there any questions? Boy, this was a nice late day mover. RVMD. PJ mentioned this one right around 20, I think around 28.50. A little bit choppy on that previous 15-minute candle, but trend is up. Okay, a question. Yay. How do you create thumbnail charts in a dock window? Well, it's not, we call it, you're talking about like this, KR, you're talking about something like this. So in our YouTube room. Okay, so remember a thumbnail chart. It's just a chart. It's just a chart that is shrunk down. Okay, that's all it is. So I mean, it's just a chart, and you just sort of reduce it in size for what you want. So if I were starting from scratch, this Dr. S guys is a real intriguing one. I'm telling you, all-time high. So if I were starting from scratch, okay, so I'm going to click on new and then dock window. I'll call it charts, or I call it test charts. Now, as you know, I like to start all my dock windows with a title with dock in the beginning. So when I search on it, I can bring up all my dock windows, but I'll just call this test charts. Okay, so now if I bring up a new chart, so now the trick is, of course, to size it what you want. Thumbnails, it's just a name, but all it is sizing the chart the way you want. Let's just say that was the size you wanted for every one of them. Okay, let's just pretend that was it. So now I'm going to right click on the chart and it says duplicate into test charts. So there it is. Okay, now it's a huge chart. Now, and this is the tricky part. Probably what I could do is just keep duplicating this chart. I'll just do a few of them. I've got 3 charts here. I'm going to put these 3 charts in. So again, right click, duplicate into test charts. Okay, now I've got 2 charts. There are the tabs for them. Or I could keep doing it. I could keep doing the same chart. Actually didn't have to. So now I've got three charts. One, two, three. So I'm going to get rid of this. And the idea would be, of course, to create a chart in which you want to see this, like the volume that you like to see. Maybe if I have an indicator that you want to see on every chart, make sure it's in here before you do the duplication. And I'll do one more, duplicate it into test charts. Okay. So here's the tricky part now. Now you want to, rearrange them. So you grab the header, and now this will pop up. This little icon will pop up with left, right, up, and down arrows. So I'll pick the down arrow. So now that chart is below. Now I can pick another one that's header. Do the same thing. Maybe put it to the side. Okay, and then the last one. And I'll put this to the side of this one. Okay, so and that's the tricky part. I mean, it's up to you to figure out where you want them. So now I've got four. Okay, and I could keep adding. Remember, with our standard service, you can have 10 charts. With our premium service, you can have 20 charts. But that's basically what you do. You just keep adding the charts, and then it's up to you to arrange them where you want. Okay. Now remember, you can go to the guide, and it has a big section on docking. Now, the other thing I could do is just give you this one, okay, the way it is, and then you can just put the charts you want in. That's what I do. There are 8 charts here. I could just give this to you. But remember, this has 8 charts in it. So if you only have our standard service, you can only have access to 10. Okay, now you know. Okay. Yeah, it is tricky. I mean, it is tricky to understand. If I wanted to move this to the right of that one now, want to move this one down below this one. Now it'll be a little crazier looking. Want to move this one back beside this one up here. Always grab the header though. Don't grab the body. Grab the header and don't let go. Don't let go. In other words, don't do this. And then, whoops, don't do this, because this is what happens when you accidentally let go, then it becomes free floating. It's not a big deal. Then you just have to click on that. Well, you can click where you want it. You can still do that, but that's what happens to a lot of people, I think. They left click on it and they grab it, and they're, wondering where do I want to put it, and then they accidentally let go. When I say let go, I have my on my mouse, excuse me, the left hand, I'm holding the left hand, the tab on the mouse down. Okay. But if I let go, this is what happens. It becomes free floating. So that confuses the heck out of people. I know it confused the heck out of me. Yeah. So how are you, a premium or standard KR? Because remember, you can only have 10 charts with standard. I mean, that's fine if you've only got 2 other charts that you want, then you can have this 8. But if I give it to you and you are a standard subscriber, and you've got 3 other charts up and running, I think you're gonna get some kind of an error message, like too many charts or something like that. So I have to know like if you're a standard or a premium subscriber. Well, I didn't take it. Doggone it. INNB. Okay, KR. So I haven't heard an answer if you're a premium or a standard subscriber. So I don't mind giving you this 8 chart layout, but just remember, if you're standard, you can only have 10 charts. So, and anybody who wants this, I can give it to them. Yeah, obviously you just put in your own charts. If you kind of like this format and you're like, but this is all done the way I like to see things. So it may not be exactly. Okay. Okay. So I can give this to you, assuming you don't have 12 other charts up and running, more than 12 other charts up and running. So this is called the dock chart layout 8. So I can give this to you then. And this is what I mean. If I do a search, I search on dock because I've named all my dock windows starting with dock or something like that. And here it is. So I can just share it with you. Okay. Of course, this, depends on the size of your monitor too. I mean, these are not really small thumbnails. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. So yeah, Sassy was briefly above the VWAP. Well, actually, it popped above it quite a bit, but it has come right back down. SASI. Well, if you took the INMD, the late short, so we've got some room down to, I think the next low looking left is 2193. I don't know. I think there's 2120. Yeah, so it's below the 2181. 2171. 2171 is the next low looking left. I'm sorry, what am I saying? The next low looking left is No, it's here. Okay. It is 2060 on the weekly chart. Yeah, it's below all these little lows over here on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it still has some room. Come on down, OFIX. To me, there could be some support around 1227 for this OFIX. Okay, guys, for those of you who are still left in YouTube, I will put the other room, the trading room, link in if you want to head over. I'm going to be taking off at around 3 Eastern time. You can head over to the main room. William will be there until 3:30, keeping the room open. No screen display or screen sharing, or nobody's on the mic, but you can still talk amongst yourselves if you so wish. So, guys, the reason I looked at this OFIX was just here, looking left. I mean, it got right into that high there, up 1248, got a little bit above it, got up to 1263, and then it came back down into the 1250s, hung there for quite a while. And this is actually giving me a little bit more than I thought. It could be some support. I mean, fantasy area for me would rate another dime, but I doubt if it's going to do that. I'll hear a little drip. Some sound alert. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Whew. Okay, guys. You too, Steve. Have a great weekend. Let me just wrap up this up a little bit even earlier. Unless there's some questions, I think I'll just wrap up now. William will keep the room open. You too, Chris. Michael O'Connor in our YouTube room. So next week, earning season starts in earnest. Let me just do a quick look, okay? Just to give you an idea, then all we have to do is find a couple like SGH and we're good. So let me just take a look. So next week we will have about 120 companies releasing earnings, okay? So that is really the first big, but that'll ramp up, the weeks to come. We'll see some weeks we'll have 5, 6, 700, 800 companies releasing earnings. So next week we have about 120 companies releasing earnings. And as I like to say, Alcoa is what starts it off, but William gets mad at me. So, but again, what we're really looking for is something like an SGH that kind of flies under the radar, has earnings. And I have to admit, I have found that typically the ones that move down are better than the ones that move up. The ones that move up can be good, but I just find that there can be a lot of profit taking on the way up. Whereas here, when something is moving down, I don't find that there's as many bottom fish, trying to come in because everyone's scared. Man, look at this thing, horrible, horrible. Whereas when something moves up, people will look at that and go, well, okay, maybe that's a top. I'll take some profit off, or maybe I'm gonna try to short the top. I don't find it as much on the ones that really have a bad earnings result that people are willing to step in early anyway to play a bounce. So anyway, this week, as an example, we had 60 companies. 60. Now, some of them we didn't even see. Some of them are very, very small. They don't really care. So this week we had 60 companies. And again, so we're basically double 120 next week. Love earning season. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any questions, so I think I might wrap this up now. Thanks a lot. All the help this week. Have a good weekend and open the room. I'll be on the mic, both rooms, 9 o'clock, sharing my screen, 9 to 3. The main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock, usually around 7:30. I'm finding I don't do the opening, whether William or Chris Varley opens it for me. So yeah, have a great weekend. And again, I'm keeping the room will be open. I'm going to stop the screen sharing and I'll get muted now. Okay.